Hello. Ah. Here. What's good? What's going on? Are we feeling spooky? Thanks for coming to chill with me. I'm gonna draw some chibis. Yes. I'm thinking something foresty, you know, for today's horror stories. No one really gave a suggestion to a preferred channel, but I found some alternates. I haven't listened too far into the video, but I got a few laughs out of some of them. One of which is pretty local to me, so hopefully I don't dox myself. Yeah. I'm a Euro streamer on school days. Got the black cat next to me and she's unlucky as she. We're continuing our Halloween Chibis, elected, selected, and volunteered through Twitter for VTubers. And we're gonna do a random number generator to select who we're drawing. We have Alice as the cat, Trina as the raccoon, or red panda. She's a red panda, whatever. Chinese raccoon. Davinia is the devil. Nanako is the spider, and I think this one was my favorite. She's so cute and happy to be a spider. And then we have Kudomaru as Dracula Flows. Alpha and Psyop as a maggot-ridden zombie. And Camo as the haunted dolly. We still have 12 volunteers to draw. Probably will not get to everybody. I was surprised that many people wanted to be doodled. They're very teeny tiny, not very high quality chibis, but you know what? It's mostly just for fun, right? Holiday spirit or whatever. I'm just playing a random YouTube playlist. I've never heard this song before. So, I have found, let's see, Appalachian mountain stories, which I've always been fascinated by stuff like the Appalachian mountain range. Same with like, what are those called? The parks, the wildlife reserve parks. Those ones are also really fucked up. Mostly people going missing and random critters. I found some folk tales from my province in Ontario, as well as some legendary beasts of the Great Lakes, which I thought would be cool. But if you guys would prefer like creepypastas or whatever, I'm not hep with what the generation is into. What can I say? I'm an old bitch. So yeah, let's get this ball rolling. Let's see.
I feel like it's incredibly important for people to be aware.
Let me know.
In isolated areas.
Let me know if it's too loud.
Precaution. More than anything, I want people to understand.
I swear I've met a Wendigo when I was younger. It's actually a very common legend from where I'm from, and I'm almost certain it originated.
My dad and I had
not necessarily my tribe, but the word traveled to my tribe. I'm pretty sure it was the Cree, though. The Wendigo story comes from.
One part unfinished the year before.
How is that volume-wise?
We were determined.
I probably won't talk too much. It's quiet.
We both had a good amount of experience with hiking trails.
Better?
Plenty of them. Both together and on our own. Not this particular stretch.
Okay.
But many others across the US.
I won't turn it up then.
It was early summer, and everything pointed to it being the perfect time to go.
See, this is the channel Horror Spectator.
Although the days were warm, the heat wasn't unbearable.
User submitted horror stories of the Appalachian Mountain, and our first number is
helping a younger hiker
11.
Rocks and got his foot stuck.
This will be Han. I believe is a male VTuber.
It was obvious he wouldn't be able to continue.
He's a cowboy.
Especially considering the mountainous terrain we were headed into. About halfway down the main trail, there was a fork.
Then I have
that led
all their
off into an
references,
old,
so I don't have to
overgrown
look
path that
for
hadn't
them
been
every
used in
time.
years. It was known to be more
Nice.
difficult,
This is
and
Han.
over time,
He's
there
a
had been reports of people
cowboy,
going missing there.
baby.
At least 2 had been found dead. With my dad's
And I will
injury,
be drawing him as the
continuing down
Mad
that path was out of
Hatter.
the question. My immediate thought was to head back home with him, but he insisted, strongly, that I keep going on my own.
Alright.
I was going through a rough time in my life, and both my parents were worried about my mental health.
Let's see the aesthetic.
My dad knew how much it would mean to me to complete the trail, both symbolically and emotionally.
The color palette
so
for
hard that I finally
the
agreed.
recent Disney
I
live
figured I'd
action,
shorten
I
the
guess the
distance a
more
bit since I'd
recent
be
Disney
alone,
live action
but I was
is
set on
pretty,
finishing the hike. He turned
pretty
back.
in his color palette,
kept
so maybe
moving
I'll do
forward.
that. Alright. They're gonna
That
draw
first day, I ran
Chibi
into a few other
Han.
hikers, including an old childhood
I
friend
love his
hadn't seen in
hair.
years.
Glorious.
Even though I was still a little shaken and annoyed by
Put
what had
these
happened
together.
with my dad,
No, this and
as
this.
the day went on,
Bip, bip.
that feeling gave way to a strange sense of peace.
You're going to draw
Around
a
5 in the
base.
afternoon, I reached the fork, the split between the newer, well-used trail and the old
I like
wild
to use
one
a
that time had
semi-transparent
mostly
pen so I
erased.
could see where everything links up.
Let me say this. If you're not experienced,
You'll
you should
make it
never
look
leave
like
the main
he's
trails.
bowing.
They're there for a reason. Safety, accessibility, and the ability to get help if needed.
He has
But
a
like I
little
said,
cane or whatever.
I've got plenty of experience. And as beautiful as the main trails can be, they're nothing
Yeah,
compared
he's
to
like
the raw, untamed beauty of the wilder
Bowing.
paths.
Alright, no, that doesn't look really good.
I had been walking
cane
down
in
that
his other
forgotten trail
hand.
for about 45 minutes when I started thinking it was time to
Like
find
a
good
grandpa.
spot
Everything
to
I do
camp.
makes him look like a grandpa.
The area I was in was
He
still
needs
too
to look
sloped,
dapper.
so I kept going until I
Maybe he'll
found
hold his
flatter
hat.
ground.
This.
Eventually, I came across a perfect spot to set up. For the next 2 days and nights, everything was absolutely ideal. Breathtaking views, birds singing, the sound of wind through the trees, nature at its
That
purest.
should be okay.
It was only when I started descending the other side of the mountain,
Shrink it
heading
down.
back toward the main trail, that things began to go
There's
wrong.
some scribbles on it.
Even though I was on my way down, I
Hi,
knew I still had
Rivers.
about 2
Now you're
days
not
of
late.
hiking
I'm
left
just
before
getting
I'd reach the
started.
safety of the main path.
Yeah,
Halfway
let's
through the
see, what's this
descent,
guy gonna
I came
look
across
like?
something that sent a chill through me. A shredded t-shirt,
Tinier pen.
stained with what looked like blood.
Let's
It was
see.
hanging from some branches, almost like it had been placed there intentionally, to be noticed. It was strange,
It's fine.
unsettling.
Let's see.
The truth is, if you spend time in the
You need
wilderness, you'll eventually
hat.
cross paths with some weird people.
You need a hat to be the
3 years
hatter.
earlier, I'd been robbed by a man right in the middle of the Pacific Crest Trail.
Oh, like a junkie?
The only reason I felt even somewhat
Junkie
safe
robbery.
was
Ooh,
because I was
scary.
armed.
Wait, he's in the
Property.
middle of the forest. What's a junkie doing
No
out
one
there?
would mess with me easily.
Like a band.
Just a year before this incident,
Like a
a
playing
clearly
card or
strung out
two
man had
sticking
tried to
out.
break into my tent. So
Fake
at this point in my life, I didn't
neck
scare easily.
bow.
I kept walking, and after a little while, I found a new place to set up camp. It was more overgrown than I would have liked, but it had good shade, was flat, and seemed protected. I set up the tent, got myself organized, and before I started cooking, boiling water to add to a freeze-dried meal, I decided to explore the area a bit. That's when I found something that really made me uneasy.
I'm gonna make this look.
Stretched low between two
Sleeve
trees,
thingy.
there was a tripwire. It was hard to see, set just at ankle height, but high enough for someone to definitely trip on. I only noticed it because one of the trees had some strange markings on it. And
Oh.
when I bent down to look, the sun hit the wire and it shimmered. I cut it right away to avoid any
Like
accidents
this. Oh, give him a little.
whether
Oh, a
mine
little
or
tailcoat
someone
would be
else's.
cute like that.
and went back to camp. That was, without a doubt, a trap, set on purpose. And right then, something shifted
Higher
inside
cut
me.
on the coat.
I didn't just feel
And the
uneasy
little
anymore.
band here.
I was genuinely concerned.
Buttons on
That
the
kind of fear
pants.
almost never hits me out there on the trails.
And then
I hadn't strayed far from my camp, so when I came back and saw my tent open, I immediately knew something was
His
wrong.
pants into some little
I was
boots.
absolutely sure I'd closed it.
Some little
Worse,
boots.
my phone was gone. Someone had definitely been there. I grabbed my gun and scanned the area.
That's pretty Mad Hattery.
Hit me was,
I guess. I don't know. I'm pretty out of practice. I have not been drawing very much lately.
No sound of the zipper.
Because he's a very dapper little guy.
I wasn't about to wait around for whoever that was to come back.
Make it more identifiable.
I tore everything down quickly and kept moving, completely on high alert now. The tripwire and the missing phone were not coincidences. I hated the idea of walking through the forest at night, especially off-trail. But the thought of staying still terrified me more. I kept going until around midnight, when I finally stopped to eat something and listen to the woods.
Long-ass hair.
I was trying to hear any signs.
You could probably add some more swish to it since he's leaning forward.
After about 15 minutes of silence, I convinced myself I'd gotten far enough away. Whoever it was must have lost me. I set the tent back up and tried to rest. Not sleep, just take the weight off. But I must have dozed off, because next thing I knew, it was morning. I got up and stepped out. That's when I saw the second truly terrifying thing. Right in front of my tent, stretched between two trees, was another wire. I was getting breakfast ready when I bent down to check the water and saw it glint in the sunlight again. My stomach dropped.
Nothing's getting past this guy.
I had pissed in the exact area during the night.
Sorry.
I clearly remembered a mossy tree. That meant the wire hadn't been there before.
Easy laugh, I guess.
It had been placed while I was sleeping.
Just using your piss to identify something like that is kind of hilarious.
I saw it was connected to a makeshift pulley, tied to a branch, leading up to a 5-liter metal container suspended by thin steel cables. The container was full of a strong-smelling chemical liquid. I stayed back, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement.
That should be alright.
Someone was watching me from the trees.
A little sketchy.
I ran for the tent and saw a figure bolting.
How did I do this? It's so pixelated. I think I drew them big and then shrunk them down.
At that point, I didn't
By the way that they look, they're all aberrated.
To harm me. I kept hearing him crash through the branches as he ran off.
Or whatever that's called, alias. That's what it's called.
And started making my way down the trail toward the main path, fueled by pure adrenaline. The only thing that gave me some comfort was knowing that, whoever it was, they were a coward. They wanted to hurt me, but they didn't want to fight.
In there first, like
they were looking to catch me off guard, to strike when I was vulnerable. Still,
such a pretty
every survival
boy.
instinct I had was firing as I made my way down. Every step was cautious.
Or do you think that's a girl? I never really verified their gender. What is gender?
More traps might be waiting.
Who even has gender anymore?
I ended up reaching the main trail earlier than I expected. Soon after, I ran into a family who kindly let me use their phone to call for help. Needless to say, once I told my story, that trail was combed over by authorities. They didn't find any more traps.
He's just so pretty, though.
But they did find my abandoned tent and the metal container, which
they make him look mad. He's the Mad Hatter.
It was suspended right over
the
trail.
A little janky little cockeye going on.
A small nail tied to the wire acted as a trigger. Step on the wire, the nail pops a lever, and the acid dumps straight onto the person underneath.
The higher point
it was homemade, but highly effective. The precision, the type of chemical, it chilled me to the bone. That wasn't thrown together by an amateur. It wasn't random. Whoever did that knew exactly what they were doing. And even worse, they knew how to do it without getting caught. I've often wondered, how did that person haul acid up into the mountains without being seen? The only explanation that makes any sense is that it was someone who knows those woods like the back of their hand.
The hillbilly. It's always a hillbilly in Appalachia.
Someone who has hidden supply spots.
Anime is nice.
And taps into them whenever it's convenient. And above all, someone who sees hunting humans.
Any hole is a goal, as they say.
Since then, I've read a ton of similar stories from different trails across the U.S. I even found out about James Scher, a U.S. Forest Service officer in Utah. In April 2012, He was doing a routine patrol along a popular scenic trail deep in the forest when he found a tripwire stretched between two trees at the entrance of a small deadwood shelter. He followed it and discovered a trap made of rocks and sharpened sticks, ready to fall if the wire was tripped.
Tribal bullshit.
Another trap was set up at a second entrance to the shelter, a pit lined with sharpened sticks, covered by brush, and another tight tripwire set right in front of it. It was a dangerous, deadly setup. We all need to be more cautious and more alert out there. There are truly evil, twisted people in this world.
A little hand.
What I'm about to tell you happened just 2 weeks ago. And even though I've been through plenty of bad things in my life,
Just
I
the
never
other
imagined
day.
this experience would turn out to be one of the scariest and most haunting moments I've ever lived through. I had anything but a happy childhood. And to be honest, there was never really room for any real sense of happiness. I grew up in a house where violence was a daily thing, with a father who was brutal, unpredictable, and consumed by a kind of rage that seemed endless. And a mother who, even though her
Give
heart
him a
was in the
dark
right
tooth
place
and a
she did
crazed
everything
depression.
she could,
A
was never
gapped
really
too.
able to stand up to his outbursts. She ended up living constantly caught between fear and despair.
You gotta
Still,
come hither,
The only
bedroom.
times my mom ever seemed to find this almost
Okay, how
superhuman
can I
inner
make this
strength
look
was
more
when he
crazy,
threatened to take his
though?
anger out on me. Those were the moments she stepped in, even if it cost her. And for that, no matter what,
It's more like
I'll always be grateful to her.
really, bitch?
That said, my childhood was miserable, filled with constant instability and an almost total lack of affection or
Maybe if
safety,
I had like swirls.
which of course took a toll
in
not just on
one,
my self-esteem but also on my
and then
performance
we'll
in
make
school.
the other one like a
It
circle.
felt like I was born already carrying an invisible sentence
bullseye.
that said I'd never amount to
That
anything
look crazy
good or
enough?
meaningful in life. When I was 17, my
Stop
mom
trying to
passed away.
fuck the chibi
And that
femboy.
loss,
Okay.
besides being absolutely
There's nothing
devastating,
bedroomy
also
about
became
these
a kind of
these
forced
schizo
awakening.
eyes.
Maybe because I had nothing
Yeah,
left to
some of the
lose.
best
Maybe
bedroom
because
eyes
I
are
finally
attached to
realized
crazy
I couldn't
people.
stay in that environment anymore. So as soon as I turned 18, I built up the courage, stood up to my father,
Like
and
that.
left that house behind. He could deal with his rage on his own,
I'm gonna
because
move
even
this
if he
down a
gave me his
bit.
genes, he was never truly my father. Leaving wasn't just a step
This isn't a
forward.
horror story. This is a
It was
trauma
a kind of
dump.
indescribable relief.
The fuck?
It's been 12 years since then, and even though there are still moments when the past feels like an anchor dragging me down, I can honestly say I know
He's
who I
a
am
goofy
now.
looking little
Little by
motherfucker.
little, I've been rebuilding what was broken inside me. It's not an easy process, as you can imagine, and sometimes there are setbacks, days when everything feels like it's falling apart again. But in those moments, I think about my mom, about that image of her putting herself between me and my father's fists, and that memory helps me push through the darkest times.
What is this? This is just a
So
trauma
now that
dump.
that's out of the way,
Okay,
it's
finally.
important to
Fuck.
explain that I never
Tell me
had
the
many
ding dang
opportunities.
story.
And when I left home, I ended up living on the streets, which, ironic as it sounds, wasn't even the lowest point of my life. I was lucky enough to cross
When I was
paths with
homeless,
a
that's actually
volunteer
some
who
of the
believed
most
in
fun
me
I've
for no
ever
apparent
had.
reason, and who,
LDR.
with incredible generosity,
Rent really holds
helped
you
me
back.
regain my strength, find some direction,
Afford
and
way
even
more
gave me an old
booze when you're
van that,
unhoused.
while in desperate need
Just
of
did an
repairs,
audio log of his
gave me
live
a real
journal,
shot
real
at
and
starting
true.
over.
Trauma
A
dump
small space
is
that
that.
protected me from the cold, the rain.
I don't know.
Since then, I've managed
I'm
to
fucking
build a more
retarded.
stable life. I found work, and even though the van's not new, with all the repairs I've done over the years, it's become almost an extension of
I'm
me.
about to fucking lose my
Sure,
shit.
I can afford a new one now. But this
I'm
van
an
means
artist, I
something
know what I'm
deeper
doing.
than just transportation or a house. It represents hope.
Woulda.
It marks
Woulda.
the moment a complete stranger
Woulda.
took a chance on me, without knowing a thing about me.
Just fucking tell the story,
It
bitch!
reminds me there are still good people out there.
I might skip this one.
Whenever I can take some time off, I like to
Tell
travel
me
through
my
the mountains.
spooky forest story.
It feels like my
right
safe
meow.
space, a refuge where I can breathe
Safe
and be alone
space,
with myself.
trauma vlog.
So 2 weeks ago, When I managed to get 14 days
2025
off,
horror.
I decided it was finally time to explore
Being
part of the
alive in this
Appalachian
era
Mountains.
is scary.
I don't even live that far, but I'd never had the chance before. And the thought of wandering through those remote, majestic landscapes genuinely excited me. Traveling through the mountains in an old van isn't easy, but I'm used to it. I know the sounds the van makes, I know its limits, and I was confident everything would go smoothly. The first few days were peaceful, though a few strange things happened.
These ones aren't Reddit. These are from an
One night,
email,
around
apparently.
3 in the morning, I
They're
woke
like
up to a
user
sound coming
submitted
from the mountains that felt
Appalachian
off.
stories.
I
might
can't
skip
even
it,
describe
though.
it properly. It was somewhere between a distant wail
I don't know. What do you guys
and a
think? Should I
muffled
skip this
metallic
one?
noise. I ended up brushing it off and going back to sleep,
Ooh, forest
convincing
whale.
myself it was just an animal. But everything
does
changed on the
look
third
like.
night. I was in West Virginia, one of the spots I'd
Take
most
me
wanted to
home
visit. So when I found a
Country
good place to park the
roads.
van, a dirt back road
to the
near a small
place
creek, I didn't hesitate.
I belong.
The plan was to
West
stay 2 or 3
Virginia.
nights and maybe do a few short hikes. But things started going wrong that very first night. I had just finished dinner and was already lying inside the van, everything cleaned up, watching YouTube videos on my phone, when I heard a car pass by. It caught my attention because, along with the sound of the engine, there was this strange, constant whistling noise, like a mechanical issue. Maybe the exhaust or the brakes. What really got to me, though, was how slowly the car was moving. That's unusual in an area like that, where the few people who drive around usually just speed through, since there's no traffic or people, just the occasional animal crossing the road. I ignored the sound and went back to my video, but less than 2 minutes later, I heard the same car again. This time clearly turning onto the dirt road where I was parked. That's when I started to feel a bit uneasy. In urban areas, it's normal to share space with other vans or cars, but out in the woods, where there are so many other places to stop, it's more than a little suspicious for someone to choose.
Is he
the
literally
exact same
explaining to me
spot.
what a fucking city is?
I considered that maybe the person didn't see me parked there, or maybe felt safer near someone else.
I'm just gonna beep 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 beep.
That froze my blood and made me I was almost sure that years ago, and that shook me to my core.
Okay.
Over the years, they took me back to the spot where I'd left the van.
Guys, this song is 35 minutes long. This story is 35 minutes long.
Virginia, anywhere with trees and some. Over time, the 5 of us formed a solid.
There we go. This is a new one.
So this all happened at the
For
tail end of April
fuck's sakes.
2024. But to really understand why it shook me so bad,
My limit was him explaining what a city
which starts about
was.
6 years earlier. Back in 2017, I
couldn't
joined this
do
kind
it.
of scrappy Facebook group for amateur hikers. was nothing
Facebook
fancy.
mentioned.
Just a loose collection of dudes across the southeast who wanted to hike more but didn't have buddies into it. You'd post a trail, see who wanted in, meet up, and hit the woods. That's how I met Jared, Mark, Spencer, and John. Over time, the 5 of us formed a solid crew. We'd plan 2- and 3-day hikes across Tennessee, the Carolinas, Virginia, anywhere with
West
trees and some elevation.
Virginia.
We got close,
Mountain
not just in a
mama.
we camp together way, but in a
Sing
share your
me
weird dreams and
home.
fight over the last can
The
of chili
country
kind of thing.
road.
You don't get that often past your 20s.
Valley of the Headless
For
Men,
years,
if this
we kept
ain't
talking
hidden.
about hitting the Great Smoky Mountains. It's like the crown jewel around here, but somehow it just kept slipping through the cracks. Either bad timing,
I don't know. Last
weather,
time I asked for
permits.
suggestions and I
Yeah,
never
the
got any.
excuses.
So thank you for
But
the
last April,
suggestion.
we finally made it happen. We planned a 5-day trek through one of the less traveled sections. The kind of path you don't find on Pinterest.
I looked it
lists or
up and it
beginner
said
blogs.
anxiety warning
This
in
stretch was remote as
asterisks.
Primitive shelters spaced far apart.
Thank
steep
God they
inclines,
let me know it would
dense
make me
forest.
anxious. Thank God.
Good stuff.
I'm
We all
a
met up
modern
at the
woman.
trailhead on a crisp
I'm not
Wednesday morning.
allowed to feel
There was
comfortable.
frost on the grass and our
Uncomfortable.
breath fogged up when
Whatever.
we talked. Not the typical weather for this
I'm
time
still
of year,
kind of tired.
but at higher elevations in the Smokies, you can still get some cold snaps in spring. We parked our cars on this sketchy little gravel road that might as well have been a logging
Give 'em a little
path
fancy
and started
pants.
hiking. The first day was stunning. Clear skies, spring buds starting to pop, fresh leaves underfoot. That kind of quiet you only get when you're miles away from anything resembling a town. We reached the first shelter around 6 p.m., just as the sun started bleeding orange across the sky. It was one of those classic three-wall
Trigger warnings
shelters,
is funny on
a
fucking
little
horror
rickety, but it
stories.
held
Like,
up. When we
the
rolled
type
in,
of shit the
there was
people who
already
need
someone
trigger
there,
warnings for horror
which was
stories would be
unexpected,
into is
but
the same
not
shit that we
totally
just
unusual.
skipped.
He looked maybe mid-40s, rough around the edges type with
How we
his
know that humans are
weather-beaten
far
tan
too
coat,
domesticated that
a
we need
bushy
trigger
gray beard,
warnings.
and a
It's fucking
backpack that had
so
clearly
stupid.
seen better decades.
Or literally caged
He said
beasts.
his name was Ray, claimed he was a hunter. When we asked what he was hunting, he kind of smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes and said, "Not sure you'd believe me." We laughed it off. Figured he was just one of those dudes who liked the sound of his own mystery. None of the five of us really cared about hunting or hearing hunting stories, so we didn't ask. If he wanted to play mysterious, we let him. We cooked our dried dinners, told some old stories, and turned in as the rain started tapping on the roof. Nothing too serious. It was just a light drizzle. Pretty common in that area, and something we were already expecting. I remember that morning clearly, mostly because I'd slept unusually well, all things considered. I wasn't in a bed. I was zipped inside a sleeping bag, half exposed to the woods, sharing a shelter with 5 other guys. Still, I felt rested. That was my first thought when I opened
Little
my eyes.
Joker.
But almost immediately I realized someone was already up.
It's so teeny tiny.
Jared wasn't in his bag. I sat up and spotted him outside the shelter, standing completely still, staring at the ground like he was trying to figure something out.
There's this goofy little
He
bastard.
must have felt me watching, because he glanced over his shoulder and gave me a subtle wave.
Very silly.
Like,
Little crunchy, but whatever. I'm sure I'll warm up as we
something in
go.
his face told me it wasn't nothing. When I stepped outside and reached the edge of the shelter,
About the
I
same.
saw it.
Whoa, that's a loud fucking car. The fuck?
The ground was a mess of footprints,
The
Dozens of
jungler.
them, all barefoot. They were small, maybe a woman's size or a teenager's, but something wasn't right.
Tiny, petite, little bit of
The shape
woman
was
size.
strange. The toes were too long, almost like fingers.
Oh,
There was no sign of a struggle, no skid marks or drag lines.
it's good work.
Just those weird, clean prints stamped deep into the wet earth, circling our shelter. We ended up waking the others, hoping maybe one of them had sleepwalked.
Let's make it
or
like,
something.
I don't know.
As
neon
unlikely as it
green
was,
underneath.
part of me still wanted it to be one of us. Anything to make sense of those prints. But no. Everyone still had their socks on, clean and dry.
Make this
Their
green
boots were
too.
soaked, still caked with mud from the day before.
Brown.
Except for Ray's. His boots were bone dry. That alone would have been strange enough, but the way he acted made it worse. While the rest of us stood there trying to
Maybe
process
we'll put a
what we
little
were seeing,
patch on it or something.
Ray
Add some
barely
zazz.
reacted. It was like he'd expected it. He looked down at the prints for a moment, then calmly started packing his gear. He told us he'd be continuing the trail on his own. We asked if he knew what had made those tracks,
Yeah.
and by the way he answered, it was obvious he did. Said that was the reason he'd come out there in the first place. Someone asked if it was some kind of animal, and he just shrugged it off. Then he mentioned something about those mountains being older than we realized. Then,
Dog.
he slung his pack over his shoulder and walked off in the direction of the prints.
And polka dots.
The rest of us just stood there,
Yeah, make them look a little
staring at
more
each other,
silly. A little more
trying to make sense
whimsy.
of what the hell had just
It's a
happened.
little more whimsy.
We figured it was best to keep moving too, but in the opposite
The
direction
text-to-speech
of the
voice makes me
and
think
of
it'll
Ray.
be King Ass Rippa.
No one said it out loud.
There's a
but we all
text-to-speech
felt
voice.
the
What the
same.
fuck are you talking about?
We spent most of the day tossing around theories.
I'm the King
trying to make
Ass
sense of
Ripper.
it.
What do you mean by
Maybe
this?
it was some weird locals
I'm coming
messing
for my
around.
title.
And yeah, we even brought up the old legends. Stories we'd heard growing up about strange
Stripes.
things living out in these mountains. By the time the sun
Lighter
started
on the
going down,
sleeves.
we were exhausted, mentally and physically. We just wanted to forget the whole thing. We told ourselves we were far enough away now, that whatever it was, it wouldn't happen again. And even though some of us talked about heading back early, we convinced ourselves it was probably a prank and decided to stick to the plan, at least for one more night.
It's just a
But
prank,
obviously,
bro.
we were wrong, and the story didn't end there.
This guy's just monotone
shelter,
in my
same
ear
freaking
for
thing.
2 hours of sleeping
It
and
had rained lightly,
driving a
and
forklift.
in the
Oh my
morning,
god, he's
there they were.
forklift
More of those
certified!
bizarre barefoot prints.
Hop off, king.
This time, there were more. A lot more. We counted nearly 11 distinct prints.
Oh, hi, Beanie.
Maybe more. Like whoever, or whatever, was
screaming?
out there had been pacing around us all night long. That was the moment it really sank in for all of us. Something wasn't right out there. And whatever it was, it had been close. Too close.
I love this pen thingy scratchy
I've always
sound.
been a heavy sleeper. The kind of guy who could sleep through a storm. But Mark wakes up if a branch
Surely
shifts.
there will be more death. Come
He kept
on.
going on about how there was no way
Surely.
something or someone could have been
Surely
circling
this
us without
isn't
making
the
a
end.
sound. Not a single snap, not a crunch.
Ugh.
Even on soft ground, you'd expect a noise.
I
But it
hate
was
being
like they
old
floated.
because every time I drink coffee,
5
like I
grown
love
men
coffee,
dead
it's just
asleep,
like
while those
acid, like
prints were being laid
crazy,
down just
dude.
feet from where we slept.
Don't be 30.
It didn't
That's
add up. None of it did.
don't enter your 30s. You will have acid
By the fourth
reflux
night, nerves
issues.
were frayed. We were physically
Why?
exhausted.
Well, it's doing
emotionally
that thing where
wrecked,
it's not.
and the weather turned nasty. Cold,
Oh, okay.
relentless rain hammered the forest, soaking everything.
About to flip my
The final
shit,
shelter
dog.
was more rundown than the rest, like no one had used it in years. We huddled inside, barely talking. Something had changed. The woods felt aware.
Ugh.
That's the only word I've got for it. That night, the weather had taken a turn for the worse. So even though we were sleeping in a shelter, we rigged up a tarp over the entrance to block the wind and rain. We also agreed not to all sleep at once, just in case. We took shifts.
They are on guard.
I was on watch around 4:30 a.m., sitting there in the dark, gun in hand, mostly just listening to the storm batter the trees. And then I saw movement. I was looking through a small gap we'd left near the tarp, barely wide enough to notice unless you knew it was there. And through that sliver, I saw them. They stepped out from the tree line like a hallucination. 7 figures.
Yeah?
Human-like, but wrong. Too small. Not like little people.
Oh
Like
shit!
adults who never fully developed. Every part of them seemed off. Frail.
There's a story like this
Undergrown.
from where I'm from.
Almost fragile.
Another one of them
They were
Ojibwe
completely
legends
naked
of
and
the
somehow
small
unfazed by
people.
the cold.
The naked pygmies of the northern Ontario
slowly.
woodland.
Silently, circling the shelter like they were studying it. I was frozen, gun in hand, but completely locked up. I couldn't move.
Locked up,
Couldn't
locked
speak.
in.
I was clearly terrified, but weirdly fascinated too. What the hell was I looking at? I reached over and tapped Mark's leg. He woke up like he'd been trained for it. I motioned for silence and shifted so he could take my spot and see for himself. But as he moved, the plastic on his sleeping bag made the tiniest noise. And that was enough. The figures bolted, darted back into the forest like animals. By the time he got a clear look, all he caught was their backs
What a goofy
disappearing
looking
into the
little
dark.
motherfucker. He's probably gonna hate this,
They
but
moved
whatever.
impossibly fast and quiet.
I'm sure.
like the
I'm
forest
sure
swallowed
he'll
them
be
whole.
like, wow, very
We
nice.
sat there in silence.
And then he'll
kind that
put it
feels
on the
thick
fridge.
and full of questions.
And then when I look
I
away,
could feel
he'll
his
rip it
body
off and be
tense
like,
next to me,
damn, this kid
like the
sucks
fear
at
had seeped
drawing,
into
you
his
know?
muscles.
Not that
When he
that's
finally
ever
whispered,
happened to me
he just
before.
asked what the hell that
I
was.
am Canadian, I know. You can
didn't have an answer.
unsubscribe.
I was just relieved he saw them too.
It's
Because if he
fine.
hadn't, I would have spent the rest of my life trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. They were moving in these smooth, floating circles. Not like they were sneaking, but like they had all the time in the world. Their limbs were too long, knees bending a little wrong, and they made no sound. The ground was soggy mud, and they were barefoot, but not a single squish or squelch. It was like they were weightless. Eventually, we woke the others to tell them what had just happened. Honestly, both of us felt ridiculous saying it out loud, but no one questioned it. No one laughed.
Or give him a little
pushed back.
camel toe. We're not gonna do that.
I think deep down,
Femboys
they
don't
all
have
already knew
camel
something was
toes.
Out there. And now, 2 of us had seen it with our own
It's
eyes.
because we're chill.
At least now we could put a shape to those footprints.
Canadians are chill and they're not very self-involved.
I don't know
They're
if that made it
usually
better or worse.
pretty tolerant, for
Even though
better
they
or
didn't
for
seem
worse.
dangerous and hadn't done anything to us.
Make this
In
darker.
fact, they'd run the moment they heard a noise. We still decided it was time to get out of those mountains. We couldn't make sense of what we'd seen. Truth is, none of us had ever heard stories about feral people in the Smokies. Sure, we'd heard rumors from other parts of the Appalachian Trail, but never in this area.
It's a little wonky, but it's
In
the
fact, we
first
didn't
one of
even
the
know if
day.
they
Okay?
They looked more like people than any other animal.
There he is.
But at the same time,
The Mad
their bodies were
Hatter.
just bizarre.
Oh, black.
We filed a
White.
report with the rangers when we got back. Told them
Edge.
everything. One of them
Dun,
took
dun,
notes,
dun.
nodded slowly, and when we pushed him for answers, he just smiled and said, "Lot of stories
it's
up in
not
those
the
woods. Most of them don't lead anywhere."
Here we go.
But it wasn't
Put
the
you
kind
with
of
the rest
smile
of
that
them.
says he doesn't believe you. It was the
Yeah.
kind that says he's heard this before.
His name is Han
Maybe too
Hatter.
many times. And now, I can't stop wondering about Ray.
John Chicka
That
John.
dude knew.
He's a little
I'm convinced
goofy.
of it.
All
came out
right,
there
let's
to
see what
hunt,
else we got.
But didn't say what.
Eh?
I don't think he was out there for deer or bear. I think he was after those things.
I know.
And the
I
truth
gotta be
is,
on this layer, right?
that thought really saddens me.
Okay.
Despite everything, those things weren't dangerous.
Let's let him
They
rip.
didn't try to interact with us.
Beyblade.
What scares me is how people can't seem to handle the unknown without feeling the need to
Leaflet
destroy
as
it.
an angle. She could be your angle or your dibble. Leaflet. A cute little fantasy.
All of this happened over 15 years ago,
Loli.
back when I was still living with my
She
parents and
reminds me of
siblings.
early JRPG
But no
characters.
matter how much time passes, that night remains
Very,
burned into my memory
kawaii
in a way that
desu.
still affects me to this day, especially when I'm home alone at night.
The fuck? Oh, I
These
wasn't on the
days, I
layer.
live in
A
Wisconsin,
dadoy.
but I was born and raised in Georgia, in a remote area of the Appalachian Mountains. To be completely honest, I never really liked living there. Maybe it was the constant weirdness in the air, whether it was strange sounds coming from the woods, or people who sometimes just seemed completely out of their
Alright.
minds. And anyone who lives or has ever lived in that region knows, some days feel like a full-blown circus act. My sister was a true dance prodigy, and from a very young age, schools had already started expressing interest in having her join
A
their
widow
programs.
angel. She's so cute.
That particular weekend, my parents had
Cutie
planned a
pie.
short trip
Cutie
to visit
pie.
one of those schools.
Cutie pie.
They left right after lunch on Friday and planned to be back on Sunday as soon as they could. My
We
younger
equip
brother,
our
who was only
pencils.
8 at the time, naturally went with them. I
A
didn't
little
go,
macaroon
not
for a
because I
head.
couldn't, but because honestly,
Bean
the
for the
idea of staying home
body.
alone was way too tempting. To give you an idea of where we lived,
There you
it was
go.
an area where homes were more like actual farms.
Yeah.
Huge properties
Easy
with land that
peasy.
stretched out for kilometers.
I think I might
into
have
the forest.
forgot to feed my
That
cat.
meant we lived in
She's
almost
staring
complete
at me.
isolation.
She's staring
On my
at
mother's
me
side,
very
especially,
angrily.
Our family had a long
You
and
need
deeply rooted
food.
relationship with guns.
Okay,
So,
she
from a
murked.
young
She needs
age,
food.
I was
I
used to seeing them
forgot!
around
I'm the
house.
worst mother
And
ever.
more important,
I'm gonna hire this no-no
I
to
knew
stare at you
exactly
for a bit.
how to use them. Before leaving, my dad repeated, probably for the 100th time, the 3 golden rules he lived by. Don't react to noises coming from the forest. Don't open the door to anyone. And never, under any circumstances, go outside after dark. Simple rules, but taken very seriously by people who live out there. I told him I was just going to spend the night
Yeah.
quietly playing video games and would go
Well,
to bed
it's
early,
not only that, it's
which,
the
to be
food.
fair,
She also gets
really
this
was my
little
plan.
piece of jerky that's got
As
stuff
soon
in
as they
it
left,
for her
I followed
arthritis.
everything my dad had ever taught me to the
Yes,
letter.
my cat also has
I
arthritis.
locked all the windows, doors, and any other potential entry points into the house. I saved the living room window for last. A massive window that took up almost an entire
Let's see.
wall
An
and was a
outline.
centerpiece of our home.
An angel
During the day, it
Have a
filled the living
halo.
room with sunlight.
with little wings.
At night, we usually closed it, except on
Maybe I'll
full
give
moon
her
nights, when we left the blinds open
skirt.
until the last person went to bed, just to enjoy the view. That night was a new moon, and even though it was dark, there was this strange sort of glow outside that made the forest in the distance look both fascinating and terrifying at the same time. It was a beautiful kind of fear, if that makes any sense. Like a controlled kind of
give her
dread
puffy
that, I'll admit,
bloomers.
I sort of enjoyed. I locked all the windows, but since I was planning to hang out in the living room playing games, I left that big one open. I heated up the pizza my parents had left me, plopped down on the couch, and played for hours. Eventually, exhausted and half asleep, I turned off the PlayStation, stayed there on the couch for a few seconds, and of course, I ended up dozing off. I woke up around 4 in the morning with that unbearable feeling that someone was watching me. That's when I realized I'd forgotten to close the blinds.
Little rough.
Still groggy, I got up to close them and saw something that froze me to the core. A handprint on the glass. It looked like someone had pressed their hand against it to peek inside. The moonlight was just enough for me to clearly see the shape of the palm and fingers. I stood there, paralyzed for a few seconds, and then tried to convince myself it could have been a print left by one of my parents from a few days earlier. I closed the
I
blinds,
always like these early
went to my room,
2000 anime, like
and, more out of
detached.
instinct than actual belief, locked the door behind me.
I mean, you know me.
Saturday started off
Know what I'm
completely
saying?
normal, with nothing out of
Hey,
the ordinary.
Dexter.
I didn't have any real plans,
I do
so
give
I
her
invited a friend
physical
from school over to hang out for the
therapy
afternoon.
as well as widow
He
massages.
showed up around 2 and stayed playing games with me well past dinner. When I walked him to the door, I noticed something that made me stop for a second.
But angelic enough.
A pair of footprints in the damp ground outside. It hadn't rained in the morning, but around 4 in the afternoon there had been a light drizzle, which meant those prints had to have been made after he arrived. And neither of us had stepped outside that whole time. That handprint on the glass came rushing back into my mind. Had someone been creeping around the house?
Yeah, this is not.
I didn't want to
important
show
enough
any
to
sign
be
of fear in
distracted
front of my
by.
friend, so I didn't say a word. But the moment he left, I checked and double-checked every door and window, then grabbed one of the guns we kept in the house.
Yeah,
Because
you're welcome.
no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, it no longer felt like a coincidence. Someone had been out there the night before, watching me while I
Her
slept
hair's
on the
gonna
couch.
get in the way of the wing.
I thought about
They'll
calling
do
my
like
parents,
big wings, like.
but I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle it. Or worse, give them a reason to never let me stay home alone again. So I didn't.
Yeah.
I tried calming myself with the thought that even if someone had been out there, they were still outside. And that idea gave me a few minutes of comfort. That is, until I started heading up the stairs to my room and noticed a motionless shadow at the top, right in the corner where I used to hide to jump scare my siblings.
Should I keep the hat?
That's when I knew, without a shred of doubt, I wasn't alone in the house. I gripped the gun tightly, instantly feeling the real weight of what it would mean to pull the trigger on another human
halo.
being. Without thinking twice, I bolted for the kitchen door that led to the garage, slammed it shut behind me,
It should be fun.
and bought myself a few precious seconds.
Blip, blip, blip.
I managed to unlock the garage door, jump into my dad's old car,
Yeah.
the one he sometimes let me drive. And just as I jammed the key into the ignition, I heard frantic footsteps
Very
coming down the stairs, followed by violent bangs on the door. Someone was trying to break it down. I floored it, and in the rearview mirror I saw him, clear as day. A man dressed all in black, stepping through the now broken door. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest, and it's honestly a miracle I didn't cause 2 separate accidents that night, from how badly my hands were shaking. I drove straight to my friend's house, because I had no idea where else to go, and only when I got there did I finally feel like I could breathe again. His dad called the cops and then got in touch with my parents. The police came, looked everything over, but aside from the kitchen door that had been busted open, nothing was broken or out of place. The only thing that confirmed someone had actually been inside was the piece of paper left on my bed. Handwritten on it were the words, "Next time, you won't be so lucky."
A teeny little smile. So teeny tiny.
I ended up living in that house for another 6 years.
Look of serenity.
But I never spent another night there alone. Not me, not anyone. My parents upgraded all the security, and we never had another incident after that. Still, all these years later, thousands of miles away, I get chills every time shadows stretch across the walls of my house. Like, for just a moment, I'm 16 again, staring up at the top of the stairs, frozen in place, absolutely sure someone was watching me from the dark.
More trauma, I see. Sneaking trauma in there.
These days, I live in New York City, but I grew up and spent my entire childhood in West Virginia. Up until the night this story takes place, I loved living there. But after what happened, I could never think of that place as home again. It's been 23 years now, and I can finally look back on that night with a bit of emotional distance. The hardest moments
every time
when I
West
go visit my
Virginia is
parents,
mentioned alone,
step back into
Drifter.
that house, that room.
We're drawing
And that night,
costume Chibis.
I had just turned 13 the week before, and in all my preteen arrogance, I was starting to act out a little, fully convinced I was already old enough to make my own decisions. Our house was in a neighborhood with a few other houses nearby, but right in our backyard was the edge of one of the largest forests in the region. My parents were always really strict about never leaving me home alone. We lived in a place that was relatively quiet, sure, but it wasn't unusual to hear about small break-ins now and then. And the year before, in the neighboring town, a kid had completely vanished. He was only 7, taken from inside his own home, while his parents and grandparents were there. It had been a huge scandal around here, and it only made my parents, and honestly most of the parents in the area, even more cautious.
I know this
That
guy just might be
particular night,
autistic,
we'd had
but
a fight
sometimes
in the
I'm
afternoon.
convinced that he's like
I
AI
can't
or
even
something.
remember what started it, but I remember exactly how it ended. Shouting, and my firm decision that I was not going to my mom's work party. I was dead set on it. I remember yelling to the point where my mom, who rarely lost her temper, got really mad. It might have been one of the worst arguments we ever had. They were genuinely hurt.
Taking a
And I remember
biomedicine
them
exam.
walking
Good
out and
luck.
slamming the door behind them without saying a word. They'd planned to be back right after dinner. I, on the other hand, was proud of myself. I finally had the whole house to myself and could do whatever I wanted, at least until they got back. I know I was being totally stubborn, one of those arrogant kids who thinks they know everything. But to be fair, that phase came and went pretty quickly. I mean, most of us go through it at some point. Some more than others. But it's pretty much a universal experience. Since I didn't have a TV in my room, I stayed in the living room. It must have been around 8:30 p.m. when the storm started. Heavy rain, pounding wind. I could hear the trees whipping around out back, and I had to turn the TV up just to hear anything. At about 9:10, the landline rang. It was my parents calling to say there had been a landslide on the main road into town, and traffic was completely blocked. That's when I realized how serious the storm actually was. My mom was speaking louder than usual, maybe because of the rain hammering down on the car. I told them not to worry, that everything was fine. I was still trying to play the part of the angry kid, but my mom's voice, sad,
I like how everyone
anxious,
here but me has a
just
fucking
erased
job.
any leftover anger I had.
Hanging out with your
So I told her I was okay and asked her not to worry.
friend. Oh, kind of you.
She gave me a list of things to do.
While getting paid for it?
Double check that all the windows and doors were shut tight. Unplug a few appliances just in case the storm caused a power surge. Supposedly, my dad had already locked everything before they left, but they wanted me to check anyway. You could hear the storm from downstairs, but once I started going up the stairs, I realized the second floor was way colder, and the sound of the rain and wind was way louder. At first, I thought it was just the master bedroom, which faced the woods and always sounded louder when it rained. But when I got to the top of the stairs, I noticed the bathroom window was wide open. I didn't think much of it, assumed the wind had blown it open. I went over, shut it, and headed back downstairs to wait for my parents. But time kept passing, and nothing happened. Then around 9:45, the phone rang again.
This is so magical, girly.
My parents wanted to check in. Said the police were trying to clear
Get
the
a
road.
job, Wild.
With a little luck, they'd be home in an hour. I was about to hang up when I heard the upstairs floor creak.
Hey, George. I know what it's like to also be
The house wasn't new.
the
and
family
we'd had moisture issues
disappointment.
for a while, so certain spots, especially near my room, always creaked when someone stepped on them.
Hateable.
I hung up and froze, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it. It was a faint sound, barely noticeable, but it was there. The
I don't
floor
talk to
was
my
creaking,
family except my sister and her dad.
and then, as suddenly as it started, the sound stopped. I told myself it was probably just the wind,
We're doing
or a
trauma
pressure
dumb
shift or
horror
something.
stories.
There couldn't be anyone inside. If there were, I'd be hearing more than just faint creaks. I sat back down in the living room, but I was getting more and more anxious. All I wanted was for my parents to get home. There's something I haven't mentioned. I'm diabetic, and I have to check my blood sugar regularly. I've known how to recognize the warning signs since I was a kid. If my levels get too high, I need insulin
She's
right
so
away,
baby.
or I could go into shock. All my medical supplies were on my nightstand, and even though it was the last thing I felt like doing, I knew I had to go upstairs. I started climbing the stairs, and as I got near the top, my whole body tensed up. Parts of the hallway floor were wet, like someone had come inside with soaked shoes and left a trail. That's when it all clicked. The open window, the noises upstairs.
I didn't do shit to
this.
you. I can give
But
you
when I first came up to
diabetes.
close the window,
That's not on me.
there hadn't been any water on the floor, which meant
I
if
just got
someone had
milk
come in
and
through
tea.
there, they were already inside the bathroom at the same time I was. Probably hiding in the bathtub while I was standing just a few feet away, closing the damn window. That realization terrified me in a way I still can't fully explain. It felt like I almost had a heart attack right there. My room
It's
was the
against
first door in the hallway.
my chat rules to
Then at the
mention
far
how
end
much
was the
younger
bathroom.
than me
Next
you
to
are.
it, my parents' room,
Actually, so
right where the
you're
floor
banned.
was wet. Very
You're
slowly,
banned.
I stepped into my room and closed the door behind me.
You're banned.
My parents had a strict rule, no locking bedroom doors, so they'd taken the key out. In that
Really?
moment, I would have given anything
It's
to
a
know where
shitty
they
rule.
kept it. I ran to my nightstand,
Strict
grabbed
parenting
my
just
glucose
means
meter and checked how much
more
insulin I needed.
misbehaving from your kids.
That's when I heard
I
the floor
find.
creak again.
Ever since I've
I
started
grabbed
doing
everything
the
and
parenting
hid inside my closet. Now, here's the thing about that closet. When my parents
Actually
bought the
gotten
house,
easier when
my
I
room
stopped
was
being so
originally two
strict.
separate rooms. They turned them into one, but there was a part of the wall they couldn't completely remove, so they built a closet around it. To make the most of the space, they added a hidden crawl space in the back that no one knew about. It was my favorite hiding spot when I played with my cousins. I kept hearing the creaking, clearer now. Like the footsteps were
shoes
coming
would
from
an
my
angel
mom's
have?
office in the next
It's
room.
like,
It gave me just enough time to inject the insulin. Then I heard my bedroom door open.
it's for ballerina.
someone had actually come in. By that point, I was already inside the crawl space, and the door was shut behind me. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. They walked through the room, circled the bed, peeked behind the curtains. They were definitely looking for me. Then, I heard footsteps coming
Gonna
toward
get
the closet.
raped, yo. He has diabetes and he's gonna be
I heard
raped.
the door open.
Tragedy.
Felt the clothes being pushed to one side. I was sure they'd find me.
His clothes being
But
pushed
after
to
a
one
long
side.
silence,
Ooh.
the footsteps moved away. And I heard them sit down on my bed.
Crocs.
I had both hands over my
The
mouth,
most angelic
trying not to make a
footwear.
single sound.
Just do
And
the
then,
ribbons up one leg.
Over the sound of the rain,
Hawaii.
I heard my parents' car pull into the driveway. The person got up, walked to the window, opened it.
For no
A
other
few
reason
seconds later, I heard the front
other
door
than
open.
I think it's a kawaii day.
My mom started calling my
Trying to
name.
do like something
That's when I lost it.
like
I broke down
Grecian
completely,
meets magical
crying
girl,
like I'd
I
never
guess. That's what I was kind of
Like
going
all the
for.
fear I
Like
bottled
a
up suddenly
Greek
tore its way
statue
out.
meets magical
I heard my
girl
parents
type
calling louder.
angel.
Maybe already
Yeah.
sensing something was wrong,
Oh, she's missing
but I
her
couldn't
elf
answer,
ears.
let alone move.
Mm.
I had no idea if that person was still in the house. What I remember after that comes in flashes. I remember my parents carrying me out of that crawl space, almost dragging me out.
Yeah.
I remember trying to explain through pure panic what had happened. The police arriving. A really kind woman asking me questions I couldn't answer.
Ooh.
I never saw the person's face. I didn't even know if it was a man or a woman.
Me every time I leave my house.
After everything that happened, I was never left alone again. The following
Weird.
week, my parents installed an alarm system. Later, we were told that a man had been arrested for breaking into another house and stealing
Probably
valuables.
like a...
They said it was probably him, but I knew it wasn't. The person who came into our house had the chance to steal something, and didn't take anything. Nothing ever happened again, and over time,
Didn't
I
ever-
calmed down. But that night shattered my sense of safety in that house. I moved on, and I rarely think about it, except on the nights I go back to sleep in that room, and become that terrified 13-year-old kid all over again. My name is Liam, and 5 years ago I retired. I was a park ranger my entire life, and, as you can imagine, I have enough material to write several books about everything I've seen and experienced in our national parks.
Several books.
As you might expect, there's a lot I'm not at liberty to say openly, but over the years I've shared a few stories, some quirky with happy endings,
Quirky.
others deeply disturbing with the worst outcomes imaginable.
Quirky.
And then there are the ones I consider the worst of all.
Hope it's one
The
of
ones
those.
that remain
Shit.
unexplained. The ones that leave us with only
I've
one
yet to
certainty,
feel anything
that
for
something
any of
truly
these people.
terrible happened, even if we don't know exactly what.
This story sucks. I'm skipping.
Those
this
are, in
video.
fact, the hardest to bear.
Why is
because
she
they're
like
the ones That
yellow?
haunt us, that stay with us.
Oh no, you
over the
can't
years
say that
and
about
keep us up
people.
at night. This particular story I'm about to tell you is
No,
one that's
she's
been
like
keeping me
yellow.
up for years. And what eats away at me the
Little
most
more.
isn't even the violence of what I witnessed, but the lack of answers, the absolute silence from the
Color
proper
grading.
authorities. What upsets me the most is feeling like maybe I never got any explanation, not because there wasn't one, but because they simply didn't want to give it to me. Because, and I am sure of this, something confidential is going on in those mountains.
Confidential.
Like I said, this all happened quite a few
Government
years
ploy.
ago, and at the time, the search and rescue
All the
tools
herd
and
by making them
protocols
quote
were
unquote
very
go
different from
missing
what we
in
have now.
national parks.
Far less developed and a lot more limited. Starting from the beginning,
The
that
rice
night
guy
I was on patrol in a
emote.
section of the Appalachian Trail.
Where's the rice
Forgive me
guy
for not being more
emote when we
specific,
need
but
it?
I've gotten into trouble before for trying to bring this story to light, so this time I'm playing it safe. What I can tell you is that it happened in an area long considered problematic. where disappearances occur way more often than in other forests, and where crimes, when they do happen, tend to be especially brutal and violent. Working that area always had a strange duality to it. On one hand, it's breathtakingly beautiful, but on the other, it forces you to stay constantly alert, 200% focused, always paying attention to your surroundings, because at any given moment, some unhinged person could show up ready to cause trouble. Night had just fallen when I got an order to investigate a campsite that, according to reports, had been abandoned. The family of a couple had raised the alarm after losing contact with them, and the woman was found in a chaotic state. Up to that point, only the woman had been found, wandering alone down a road, in a state of deep shock, with her clothes torn and unable to form coherent sentences. She'd been taken to the hospital the day before, but the truth was, very little was known. My mission was to locate where they had camped and, if I could confirm the spot, call for backup. The man, as of then, was still missing. No one knew where he was. And according to the woman herself, she didn't even seem to remember having a husband. That's how confused and mentally scattered she was. Finding the campsite wasn't
Probably
hard,
has like a concussion
since
or
the family
something.
had a pretty good idea of where they wanted to camp and even had some rough coordinates. The hardest part was actually dealing with what I found there and trying to make any logical sense of what might have happened. I'd been hiking for around 45 minutes when I started hearing sounds in the distance. At first, I assumed it was an animal, something totally normal and, honestly, not something that worried me in the slightest. But as I got closer, I started to realize there was something oddly human about those sounds. When I finally reached the clearing, I was met with a scene of total destruction. The campsite was completely trashed, and in the middle of the chaos was a man in rags digging a massive hole with his bare hands. He was doing it
my hole
compulsively,
with your bare
frenetically,
hands.
almost like an animal,
I'll chill.
with his fingertips bloody and caked with dirt. In such a disturbing state that I froze for a few seconds. I should have called for backup immediately, but the truth is, I was so shocked by the image in front of me that I chose instead to approach slowly, trying to understand what was going on. Not for a second did I think he could be dangerous, until he punched me square in the face, knocking me backward, my head hitting a rock, and I blacked out
So
instantly.
sorry, I couldn't help it.
When I woke up,
punch me
pitch
square
dark.
in the face.
The
Kind
pain
of
at the
came
back
out
of
of
my
nowhere.
head was unbearable, and there was no sign of the man anywhere.
Bloosh.
My radio was still on,
Bloosh.
and luckily, when they lost my
Biddle,
signal,
biddle, biddle,
they
biddle.
sent in an emergency team.
Biddle, 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 biddle.
I got up with difficulty,
Aww,
still staggering,
and then everyone
and
went.
tried to figure out what
Every
was
single
going on
person here
around me.
went. Aww.
Even though the campsite looked like it had been attacked by wild animals, everything turned upside down, food scattered, tent half collapsed. What really unsettled me was the complete silence. Not a sound. Just total, silent chaos.
She is.
I searched the
Enjoying
tent,
game.
which was empty, and started walking around.
Bow, bow, bow.
There were signs of rotting food,
Oh, she's so
dirty
teeny
clothes,
tiny.
several barefoot footprints that seemed to belong to different people. And that's when I heard something.
Wait, what happened to my other?
Faint breathing,
Oh, did I delete the Mad Hatter? Shit.
almost imperceptible.
Oh no! What did I do?
That made me
Oh, he's right
realize
here.
I wasn't alone. I looked
almost
around
panicked.
instinctively, but saw no one.
Beep, beep.
My eyes
Yeah.
fixed on the edge of the clearing, the dense dark
Fuck,
trees.
brother.
And that's when I remembered the hole the man had been digging. I headed over.
Scared the
I
shit
peeked
out of me.
I felt a deep chill. The man was lying at the bottom of the hole,
Ingle.
motionless, curled up almost in a fetal position, like he was either dead or asleep. Despite the scare, I could see his chest rising
This
and falling.
is leaflet.
That's when I realized just how huge that hole was. It was big enough to fit a full-grown adult without having to crouch.
Me?
The ground was tough, full of thick roots and tall grass.
Still me.
How long had it taken him to dig that with nothing but his hands? I took cover in the woods, hiding, and called for backup. I didn't want to wake the man and risk any kind of confrontation, so I stayed hidden until help arrived. It was a relief to know they were already on their way and would be there soon. When the team finally got there, getting the man out of the hole was anything but easy. He was in full survival mode, aggressive and disoriented, like a trapped animal.
Yay!
That was the moment it became crystal clear to me that something truly traumatic had happened to them.
Okay, so I have to go to the bathroom. Do you want me to keep the story on, or...?
And until the woman was found, they thought everything was fine. But their behavior, especially the look in that man's eyes, wasn't just fear. It was the look of someone permanently scarred by something that can't be explained. Both were taken to the hospital, and an investigation was launched. But I never got any answers. Every time I tried to learn more from my superiors, they just told me my job was done, and there was nothing to report. Among the other rangers,
7 is Cody as a ghost.
Some said they were on drugs, that they'd eaten some toxic plant, or that they were hallucinating from hunger. But none of us had the faintest idea of what really happened. I later found out that the woman, despite her fragmented speech, kept insisting they were attacked by people from the forest.
Sheet or something.
And that's when I remembered something I'd brushed off before. Maybe because of the blow to my head. The campsite was full of barefoot footprints. The man was wearing shoes when we found him. Same with the woman. Sure, they could have walked around barefoot at some point, but there were too many footprints.
Yeah, I need to go.
And they looked like they belonged to different people. Why wasn't any of this mentioned in the official reports? I don't have proof of what I'm telling you. All I have is my gut, telling me something more happened in that forest, and no one wants to talk about it.
Our new little sillies.
One detail I've never been able to forget is that both of them had deep wounds
Give
on their
him a pointy hood as a treat, maybe for the mouse.
Self-inflicted.
You know, because the mouse is a Spanish Catholic.
Seems unlikely.
And no other
Or they were
reason.
attacked by someone else.
I'm gonna go piss. We'll leave the story running.
Why? Months later, I tried to contact them or their families, but was told they didn't want to talk about it anymore. I tried to move on, I swear I did. But 2 years later, in that exact same spot, 3 friends emerged from the woods in a state of absolute panic, claiming they'd been chased by a group of people. The investigation was shallow, almost symbolic, and it was said that the whole thing was just something the kids made up for attention. But I saw one of them, I saw his face. And I know that no one fakes that kind of fear. No one acts out pure panic that well, especially not to get on the news. And this case, once again, didn't even make it to the news. The truth is, I don't have answers. Only questions. And something tells me I'll die, never knowing what really goes on in that forgotten part of the Appalachian Mountains. I was born and raised in Alabama, specifically in a small town nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. I always loved living there. The atmosphere was peaceful, the neighbors were friendly, and although strange things happened from time to time, it was never anything serious enough to make me truly dislike this part of the country. To me, it still remains one of the most genuine and unforgettable places a person can grow up. The story I'm about to tell you happened exactly 2 weeks after we moved into a new house, during a time when I was completely alone. For everything to make sense, I need to start from the beginning. My grandparents passed away when I was just 13 years old. I remember the day perfectly. My grandmother went out for a walk in the woods, something she did often, and ended up having a heart attack. My grandfather, maybe from grief or for some other reason we never fully understood, died a few months later in exactly the same way. A heart attack, in the exact same spot, during one of his solitary walks. Back then, no one really looked for deeper explanations or connections between the two deaths. First, because we were all still grieving and trying to come to terms with the loss. And second, because they were both over 85 years old, which made it easier to accept as coincidence. After all, at that age, anything can happen at any time. And in the woods, all it takes is a little scare or a bit of exertion to be fatal. The truth is, Aside from my older brother, who never quite accepted the official version, no one really bothered to find a more logical or concrete explanation for what happened. At the time, we were living in a pretty old house, and that's why we decided to move into my grandparents' place. Me, my mom, and my brother, who was 4 years older than me. My grandparents' house, though pretty secluded, was more spacious and relatively more modern, at least compared to our old place. My mom, who'd been a single parent ever since my dad died when I was still a baby, always had to work hard to support us. Sometimes she held down 2, even 3 jobs at once, which meant she was out of the house most of the time. My brother, being older and already having his own group of friends, was also out a lot, especially at night. That left me, just 13, home alone pretty often. Something that, no matter how hard I tried to act grown-up and independent, always made me feel a little uneasy. The truth is, I liked our old house better. It was closer to town, and we had neighbors nearby. At my grandparents' house, the backyard backed straight up to the woods, and that always gave me a weird feeling. Like something unseen was watching from the trees. I clearly remember a story from my childhood when my brother had to see the school psychologist because, for weeks, he kept insisting there were creatures living in the forest. They said he had some kind of anxiety disorder, and eventually, he stopped talking about it. Maybe because someone taught him to shut up, or maybe because he realized nobody believed him. But that story never left my mind, and no matter how much I tried to ignore it, it was always there, like a shadow in my memory, quietly feeding my anxiety. Back to the night when it all happened. It had been a few weeks since our grandfather had passed, and only 2 weeks since we moved in. I was completely alone. My mom was working a night shift at a bar, and my brother had gone out to a party with some friends. Just so you can picture the house. It has 3 floors and it's built on a small hill. That means the basement is level with the ground at the back of the house, but buried into the hill at the front. If you come in from the backyard, through the woods, you enter directly into the basement and have to go up 2 floors to reach my bedroom. If you come in from the front, you enter straight into the living room and kitchen, and then only have to go up 1 flight of stairs to get to the 2nd floor where I slept. I was lying in bed reading. It was past 11 at night, when I clearly heard the sound of a window opening.
Hi! I forgot I'm muted so you can't hear me.
I knew
Take a spooky
well,
dookie.
I was absolutely certain.
Happy Halloween! Hi Sekihara. Yeah, I did your
basement.
suggestion.
It was the only sliding window.
Next is Cody Cat as a spooky ghost. Whoa! I need to put my
The basement window had been replaced recently.
pissing out my ass.
And I knew for a fact I had locked it. It couldn't be opened from the outside.
Did I miss anything good, or are these still
If it were
shitty?
my mom or my brother,
Are we
they'd
skipping
have to
this?
come through the door, not the window. I stayed completely still in bed, straining to hear anything else. The silence was total, but my heartbeat was so loud it felt like it was echoing through the entire room.
Okie dokie.
I was just 13, and even though I wanted to
Isn't
be
she so
brave,
kawaii?
I was
She's a little
alone in a house
angel.
that still didn't feel like
Now we're
mine,
gonna do Cody
in the middle
Cat.
of a dense,
It's interesting.
dark
He's the only
forest.
one that volunteered who is
I was scared. Really
Animal.
scared. Minutes passed. I don't know how many.
how am I gonna
And
chibify
the
him?
silence remained.
It's going to be interesting.
No sounds. I started convincing myself I had imagined it all. I
Yeah.
went back to my book,
Well, it's about
Or at
fucking
least I tried.
time. Am I right?
but I couldn't focus. No matter how many times I read and reread the same page, nothing was sticking.
Nah,
I
this
didn't have a
is
TV or
this is an
computer in
actual
my room
person.
at
I
the
think
time.
is just
I just lay there staring at the
autistic.
ceiling, trying to fall asleep.
Your average Tylenol American.
That's when I heard my brother's voice calling me. I jumped, but at the same time, I felt a wave of relief.
Yeah,
Maybe it
it's
had
a
been him who
literal
made the window
cat.
noise, and I just hadn't heard the door open. I answered him, but got no reply. I called again. Still nothing. I got out of bed and walked to the door. I heard my brother's voice again, calling me. and so I started going down the stairs, following that familiar sound. Halfway down to the basement, I saw the sliding window. Wide
Little
open,
mouse on his head.
and in that instant,
Ah!
I knew for sure something was wrong. At that exact moment, I felt something move
Hey
behind me.
man, I'm actually autistic.
around
I'm
and
taking it back. I'm
up on the top
reclaiming
floor,
the word
I
retard.
saw a shadow pass by.
Make him a bank robber. He wanted to
didn't
be a
think twice.
ghost.
I bolted through the basement.
I could make him
Out
a
the
bank
open
robber,
window,
though. I don't think he
and
wanted to
sprinted
be a
across the
ghost. I
backyard
don't
in a
think the
panicked,
person who
irrational
elected
run
Cody
until I crashed into my brother
had an
and two
option.
of his friends who were just coming in from
Had
the
a
woods.
suggestion for the costume.
He was shocked
Okay,
to see me like that, and
one for
immediately started asking what had
ghost
happened.
and two for
I told him,
bandit. I'm
still
gonna drink some oide.
that someone was inside the house.
Found a new thing to call
He
people.
tried
Thanks,
to calm me down
Nana. You're
and promised to check
welcome.
the house with his friends.
I'm here to teach the people.
They searched the whole house from top to bottom, but didn't find a thing. No traces. No marks.
One
No
for
sign of
ghost
forced
and
entry.
two for
Nothing to prove
bank
what I just lived through.
robber.
I know I was young, and I know I was scared, but I wasn't imagining things. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And what still bothers me to this
What do you
day,
think?
all
What do you
these years
think? What do you
later,
think?
is the silence. Even though the house was newer, it still had the old floors from my grandparents' time, and every step made noise. They creaked, echoed. But that night, nothing. Not a single sound. Not a single footstep. Just the open window. And my brother's voice, who wasn't there. What I'm about to share with you
Make it a
didn't happen
black
to me,
ice to
but
satisfy
my
both
grandfather.
parties.
And it's a story that serves as a stark reminder for anyone who thinks they truly know their friends, neighbors, or acquaintances. The truth is, reality is often murkier and far more complex than we'd like to believe. Even when we think we've got someone figured out, there are always hidden layers, masked
If
behaviors,
I put
and
Cody
subtle
in black,
warning signs
doesn't that
that
make
only
him
the most
like a
observant will ever notice.
what that's called?
This
Grand
story
Wizard
took place
or
43
whatever.
years ago, in an isolated and, at least back then, completely forgotten corner of the world. McDowell County, West Virginia. My grandparents had a small wooden cabin tucked deep in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, completely cut off from everything and everyone. It wasn't their main home, but they spent a lot of time there, especially my grandfather, who had always preferred the thick, quiet stillness of the forest over the constant noise of cities, or even the smaller towns nearby. That cabin, which belongs to me now, was always meticulously taken care of, far more so than their actual house. My grandfather treated it like a sacred space. Every board, every nail, every inch of that place seemed like it had been put there with the kind of care you'd only use if you were building something to last for generations. In fact, the cabin had been handed down to him from my great-grandfather. That particular summer, my grandfather had decided to do some renovations in the attic.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Like
a big
a
space,
mimic you.
but he
He'll
wanted to
have
make
his
better use of it.
real body
Between
peeking
putting
out
in
of the bottom.
insulation, patching up the walls, and reinforcing the roof, the work was proving to be a lot tougher and more time-consuming than he'd expected. My grandmother stayed behind in town to take care of my
Fat little
mom,
body.
who was still just a little kid at the time, and wasn't planning on joining him for another couple of weeks. So he was completely alone in that cabin. Now,
Oh,
anyone who
hands.
knows these woods, and more importantly, anyone who respects them, understands that there are certain unwritten rules you follow without question. You don't wander through the trees after dark. You don't answer voices coming from
Not
the
the
brush.
size of the tail
You
that
never enter
matters.
dense
It's
thickets
how
without
you
knowing
use it.
exactly how to get out.
You're
And
free
above all,
from
you
what?
never, ever go into the woods
Were you
without some form of
banned?
protection.
Or
My
like your
grandfather followed
job.
these rules like they were gospel, like a code of conduct. And I can tell you with full
Like
confidence
you
that
are
when I go up to
released
that
into
cabin
the
nowadays,
wild.
I follow them too, out of both respect and fear. Not that I go often. I live in the city, and that part of the country's always given me the
Kinda
chills.
want to dress the mouse like a
takes a certain
pumpkin
kind
or
of
something.
person, someone a whole lot braver
That
than
would
me
be really
to
cute.
live out there.
Nobody wants
The
to
night
be a pumpkin.
everything started, my grandfather had spent the whole
You're
day
like-
sealing up a hole in one of the attic walls. He'd tried using some kind of mortar that ended up being a bust, so he had to improvise, which dragged the work out well past sunset. Even though he was still fairly young back then, he'd always struggled with sleep. Chronic insomnia, vivid nightmares, messed up sleep cycles.
Like
So
a
he was often
pumpkin.
exhausted during the day. That night, the exhaustion hit him so hard that he passed out on the couch.
That corny.
Didn't even eat dinner or take a shower. He just gave in to the weight in his body and let his eyes close, slipping into a kind of sleep that felt like both
I don't know
mental
what
and
I'm
physical
doing. I
shutdown.
wasn't expecting to get an actual, like,
What
animal.
really shook him the next morning was that he had completely forgotten
Really
to do
is
his
all
usual
kinds of
checks
VTubers
before
out
bed.
there.
He didn't lock the front door, didn't secure the windows,
Stapler
didn't make sure the shutters were
VTuber.
bolted tight. None of it.
I think I'm gonna mirror
And
it.
despite
I
being
like
dead
this
tired,
side
it had been a
better.
restless night, filled with tangled dreams, strange noises, and disturbing images. He remembered clearly hearing a soft knocking at the window. An oddly polite but persistent tapping, like someone trying not to be noticed. He recalled looking toward the sound and seeing what he thought was a child. Its head was bloodied,
Yeah.
twisted slightly, as if it were trying to peer inside the cabin.
Yeah.
He woke up the next morning in a panic, convinced it had all just been another one of his recurring nightmares. But this one
Oh,
felt different.
flipperoo.
He could actually remember details, something that rarely happened. Usually he'd just wake up with a vague sense
yeah.
of dread, no memory of what he
Green
dreamed.
is an excellent color, if I do say so
Still
myself.
shaken, he had a light breakfast, then stepped outside to get some air and stretch his legs. That's when he noticed something strange on the living room window. At first, it looked like just another smudge in the buildup of dirt. But as he got closer, he saw it was dried blood. Small marks, like someone
to
had pressed their
sneeze.
forehead or hands to the glass.
Oh
The memory of
my
the dream
God.
hit him like a slap. What if it hadn't been
Why
a
does it
dream
hurt
at
so
all?
bad when you can't
What if that
sneeze?
kid had really been there? He didn't wait around to find out. He grabbed his rifle and decided to search the area. Back then, you didn't just call the cops over every little thing, especially not in remote places like that. Everybody knew bad stuff happened out there. Settling scores, illegal dealings, sometimes worse. People did unspeakable things in those hills. And because it was rare for law enforcement to get involved, folks learned to handle things on their own. It was about survival, instinct. He'd been in the woods for a while when he heard something off to his right. A crackling of branches, something moving. He ducked into the underbrush without thinking, pulled out his binoculars, and what he saw made his blood run cold.
He looks
A
so
large
sick
man,
of everyone's
wearing a
shit.
crude
I really like
mask and
Cody's
holding a
eyes.
rifle straight out in front of him.
He looks like he
Like he was
hates
hunting something.
everything.
For a
Ooh,
moment,
spooky.
my grandfather thought maybe it was just a hunter.
This dude, it
He even
sucks.
considered
What
shouting to let
sucks?
the guy know he
The
wasn't
story?
alone, to
I'm not
avoid
even
an
paying
accident.
attention to it.
But something in his gut
Here, wait.
told him to.
We'll do the
I
North.
loaded the last bag.
We'll do the North Ontario stories. Let's see. There you go.
Into the bed of Stevie's truck.
This guy does not
Breathing
have a
in the
lot of
crisp
views. Who
September
knows?
air
He
that
might be a
carried the
gem.
first hints of autumn. The morning sun hadn't yet burned away the light
Let's
fog
see.
hanging between the trees
Horror
surrounding my
Echoes.
driveway.
52 subscribers.
Stevie
Nice.
nods, checking the straps holding our gear in place.
Chibanyan.
Think so.
Ooh.
I ran through our mental checklist one more time. Tent, sleeping bag,
It's like
cooler,
yokai
fishing
watch.
gear, food. Stevie raised an eyebrow at me. In the blue container, I confirmed, pointing to the sealed plastic bin. And I packed extra coffee this time. Thank God for that, Stevie said. Last year I thought I was going to die from caffeine
I like this
withdrawal.
guy's voice.
A blur of golden fur suddenly
tell me
shot
this is
past me
AI
as
too.
Billy made a running
Ooh.
leap into the truck bed, tail
I want this
wagging
to be a real
furiously as it
voice.
circled around our equipment, nose investigating every bag and container. Someone's excited.
Apparently this is
Reaching
Northern
over to scratch
Ontario
behind Billy's ears.
stories.
He responded with an enthusiastic bark that echoed down the quiet suburban street. Stevie, I'd never been able to call him Steven since our college days, closed the tailgate with a solid thunk. All set, Derek. Let's hit the road before traffic picks up. I climbed into the passenger seat while Stevie got behind the wheel. Billy settled down in
What
the
does a
truck
cat's
bed,
body
head
look like?
perched on the edge of a duffel bag, his eyes bright with excitement.
My sister grew
This
up really
annual
liking
camping trip had become our
yokai
tradition over the years, a way to reconnect and escape the daily
I
grind.
need to look what a cat looks like.
The
Not
4-hour
like,
drive took us
Mom, my
deeper
cats
into
are laying down
increasingly
right now.
remote
Dang
territory.
it.
The highways gradually gave way to state roads, then to winding forest routes where tall pines and maples crowded close to the pavement. We passed through small towns that became fewer and farther between, until finally we were surrounded by nothing but dense forest. "How's the teaching gig going?" Stevie asked as he navigated a particularly sharp curve, the truck's tires crunching on occasional patches of gravel. "Pretty good this semester. Got a group of juniors who actually seem interested in American history for once." I watched the endless trees flash by outside my window. "Though I've got this one kid who keeps trying to argue that the moon landing was faked." Stevie
Nice.
laughed. "Maybe you should show him those conspiracy theory documentaries and then tear them apart point by point." "Not a bad idea, actually." The road narrowed further as we approached our destination, the pavement giving way to packed dirt. Stevie slowed the truck as we bounced along the uneven surface.
Yeah.
Through gaps in the trees,
I'm cheating a lot
I
with
caught
this one,
occasional
with the
glimpses of
mirroring.
water reflecting sunlight.
Unfamiliar,
Almost
okay?
there.
I only
His
draw
face
anime
relaxing with a
girls.
smile.
I'm very
Man, I needed this
unpracticed
trip.
with animals.
We pulled into a small clearing near the shore of Mirror Lake just after
Hi,
noon.
Goodale.
The lake stretched out before us.
Mexico,
surface
snow,
so still,
Mexico,
It
yeah.
perfectly reflected the surrounding forest and sky, living up to its name.
Snow Mexican.
The campsite was primitive. Just a flat area for tents, a stone-ringed fire pit, and not much else. That was exactly why we loved it.
Guess I could
Billy
add some more
jumped from the truck bed
fuzziness
the moment
to
we
it.
stopped, racing toward the water's edge before circling back to investigate the perimeter of our campsite, nose to the ground. "Let's get the tent up first," Stevie suggested, already pulling our canvas tent from the truck. I nodded and helped him unload it. "Same spot as last year? Looks good to me.
Here he is.
Ground's nice and flat there."
He's a go.
We worked together with the practiced
silly.
efficiency of people who'd done this many times before. I hammered in the stakes while
I
Stevie
think the
assembled
mouse needs to
poles.
be tinier, or the
canvas
pumpkin
tent was
needs to be
heavier than
bigger.
modern
I think.
nylon alternatives, but it was
We'll go like
sturdy and
that.
reliable. Something Stevie
Big
insisted on
pumpkin.
after a particularly bad storm during our trip 3 years ago had nearly blown away our previous tent. Billy
Little
explored the
mouse.
surrounding area, occasionally
Yeah.
disappearing into the underbrush,
Hey, that
only
looks
to
better.
reappear minutes later, his golden coat occasionally catching the sunlight filtering through the trees. "Keep an eye on him," I called to Stevie.
I mean, like
Remember
most
last year when you found
children's
that porcupine?
properties, essentially
forget?
just meant to
Cost me
go
$200 at
until
the vet to get those
the toy
clothes.
sales,
Stevie
you know,
shrugged,
slow down. Then they
smiling
they shut
to
it
spite
down.
himself. By the time
They
we
only wanted to
finished
sell
setting
you
up the tent,
watches. They wanted to be the
organizing
next
our sleeping bags,
Digimon
and
so
unpacking the essential
bad.
supplies, the afternoon was waning. The sun dipped lower,
But they
casting
ended
long
up being
shadows across
Zatch
the
Bell.
campsite.
Rip
The
them.
temperature dropped noticeably, reminding me why I'd packed my heavier jacket. Stevie knelt by the fire pit, arranging kindling and small logs in a careful structure. "Want to grab the matches from my pack?" he asked. I dug through his backpack and found the waterproof case containing matches and a lighter. As I handed it to him, I noticed him gazing out at the lake, a contented expression on his face.
The biggest
"Feels good to be
boy.
back," he said quietly.
Need a...
"Yeah, it does."
Let's see.
Darkness fell quickly in the forest. The fire crackled to life
Move
under
the
Steve's
mouse a
careful
little bit
attention,
closer to me.
casting a warm glow that pushed back against the growing shadows. I walked to the truck and retrieved the cooler, pulling out 2 beers. The bottles were cold against my
See
fingers
what this
as I
little
handed
guy
one to
looks
Stevie.
like.
"To another year," he said, raising his bottle. I clinked mine against it. "To another year." We settled into our camp chairs, the fire warming our faces as the night air cooled around us. Billy, finally exhausted from his explorations, flopped down near the fire. His
Billy
eyes
is
half
good
closed
boy.
with
I hope
contentment.
this dog doesn't die.
"So,
They
I said,
kill this
taking a
dog,
sip
I'm
of beer,
killing myself.
"Tell me about this promotion. You've been pretty quiet about it." Stevie's face lit up. It's good, man. Really good. More responsibility, sure, but I'm finally getting to lead my own projects instead of just executing someone else's vision. That's awesome. You earned it. What about you? Still thinking about that department head position? I sighed, staring into the flames. I don't know. More administrative work means less teaching. Not sure that's what I want. You're good with the kids, though. They respect you. Most days, I laughed. When they're not trying to convince me history is boring. We talked late into the night, catching up on the parts of our lives that somehow never made it into our weekly phone calls. The fire gradually died down to glowing embers as we shared stories.
Honestly,
about
male
Stevie's
friendship is
routine
so
at work
adorable.
and my challenging students. It felt good to reconnect like this.
They're so
Away
wholesome.
from distractions. Eventually, we doused the remaining embers and crawled into
Why does
the
he
tent.
look so angry?
Billy settled outside, curled up on his dog bed near the
I need
tent
to get
entrance.
these little
I
eyebrows
zipped
right.
myself
This
into
is
my sleeping
important to
bag.
me.
The familiar sounds of the forest. Wind through trees, distant water lapping at the shore, occasional rustling in the underbrush, lulling me to sleep.
Here.
I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep when I woke
Oh,
up. The inside of the tent was pitch
Okay.
black, and for a moment I was disoriented. Then I heard it again, the sound that must have woken me. Something between a scream and a shout, but distorted by distance and echoing strangely through the trees. I lay perfectly still, straining to listen. There it was again, a long, drawn-out sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It was too structured to be an animal, too distorted to be clearly human.
Classic
but it
Ontario
carried a
forest
quality that
noises.
made me instinctively uneasy. Stevie, I whispered, reaching out to shake his shoulder. Stevie, wake up. He stirred, mumbling something incoherent. Listen, I whispered more urgently, shaking him harder. Stevie sat up, instantly alert in a way I'd always envied. What is it? Listen, there's something out there. I heard sounds like someone shouting or... I don't know. We both fell silent. For nearly a minute, nothing happened.
Hot Lady
Then it came
Digimon in the
again.
new game. I haven't played a
That same
Digimon
eerie
game in like
call echoing through
decades.
the forest. What the hell
Is
that?
this
I
Ligotti?
asked, my voice barely
No,
audible.
this is
Stevie cocked his head.
a
listening
Canadian
intently.
guy that's got like under
Probably
100
just an
subs. His
owl,
name is
maybe a
Horror
loon in the
Echoes.
lake. That doesn't sound like any owl I've ever heard. Could be a fox. They make weird sounds
Hi,
sometimes,
Kurzik.
almost like a person screaming. I wasn't convinced, but before I could argue, I noticed something else.
Little rat.
A soft whimpering sound coming from just outside our tent.
Don't kill the dog!
I unzipped the tent flap a few inches and peered out.
No.
Billy stood there, his outline barely visible in the darkness. He was pressed against the tent, his body trembling visibly.
Be
When
so
he saw
sad
me,
if they
he
do
pushed
anything
his
to
nose
this
through the
fucking
opening,
puppy.
trying to force his way inside. Billy's scared, I told Stevie, pulling the zipper down further to let the dog in. Billy didn't need a second invitation.
This being orange
He
is going to be
scrambled
very
into the
tricky.
tent, pressing himself
So
against
we're
my
going
sleeping
to
bag,
adjust
his
the
whole
heel a
body
little
shaking.
bit.
Hey,
That
it's
hurts
okay,
my
boy,
eyes to look
I
at.
soothed, running my hand along his back. His fur felt cold
I
and
should do it.
slightly damp from the night air. Stevie frowned, reaching out to pat Billy's head. That's weird.
Orange.
He's not usually
Yep.
spooked by wildlife. Exactly.
Probably
I
not
said, feeling a
wildlife.
chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Something's got him really scared. It's probably just the unfamiliar sounds. He'll be fine. Stevie yawned, already settling back into his sleeping bag. Let him stay in here if it makes you both feel better. You're not worried? About what? We're miles from anywhere. Probably just some animal sounds carrying weird over the water. He pulled his sleeping bag up around his shoulders. Try to get some sleep. We've got fishing to do tomorrow. I nodded reluctantly and zipped the tent closed again. Billy remained pressed against me, his trembling gradually subsiding but never completely stopping. I stroked his fur, trying to comfort him while listening for more of those strange sounds.
Aw.
They came a few more times, always distant, always with that same quality that I couldn't quite identify. Despite Stevie's steady breathing beside me indicating he had fallen back asleep, I remained awake, alert to every noise in the forest around us. Billy stayed between us all night, occasionally raising his head at sounds I couldn't hear. His body tense and vigilant until the first gray light of dawn finally began to filter through the canvas. I tried to relax, but the sounds from last night kept replaying in my mind. The way Billy had trembled against me until dawn broke troubled me more than I wanted to admit. Morning light had eventually chased away the worst of my unease, but a lingering tension remained in my shoulders. "You're thinking too hard," Stevie called from the shoreline where he stood knee-deep in the lake, his fishing rod bent with the weight of another catch. "Just tired," I answered, shifting on the blanket I'd spread near the water's edge. The paperback in my hands had barely held my attention. I'd been on the same page for 20 minutes. Billy lay beside me, head on paws, eyes tracking Stevie's movements. Every few minutes he'd glance toward the trees behind us, ears perking up at sounds I couldn't hear. "That's 4, Stevie announced triumphantly, holding up another trout. "We're eating well tonight." I set my book down and scratched.
I love Ontario fish. They're so yummy.
"Come on, boy, let's play a bit." Billy's tail thumped against the blanket, but he seemed reluctant.
You ever have a walleye straight out of Lake Superior? Fucking delicious.
And tossed it along the shore.
I think he's got white peats.
Billy finally sprang to life, bounding after it.
I know, I'm gonna go check.
For the next
think
hour,
he's got white
I
peats.
threw the ball while Stevie continued fishing.
What do you get?
The simple rhythm of the game and Billy's obvious joy helped settle my nerves.
You got white peats, Cody?
When the dog finally flopped down, panting happily, I felt more like myself.
There's a white peat.
Stevie waded out of the water, carrying a string of fish.
Little pea.
Want to hike up to Eagle Point? The view should be amazing with all the fall colors. "Sure," I said. "How long will it take?" "About an hour each way. We'll be back in plenty of time to cook these for dinner." He secured his catch in our cooler before grabbing his camera bag and rifle. "You bringing that?" I asked, nodding toward the gun. "Always do." Stevie checked the rifle's action with practiced movements. Better to have it and not need it. I filled our water bottles while Stevie packed a small bag with trail mix and first aid supplies. Billy watched us prepare, his tail wagging with anticipation. The trail to Eagle Point wound through dense forest before climbing steadily upward. Billy trotted ahead, occasionally circling back as if to check on us. The physical exertion felt good, clearing my head of lingering worries. "Hold up," Stevie said about 40 minutes into our hike. He stopped suddenly, head tilted. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately, just stood perfectly still, listening. His eyes scanned the trees around us. "Thought I heard something," he finally said. "Probably nothing." I noticed how his hand rested on the rifle strap. "Animal." "Maybe." He shrugged and continued walking, but his pace was more measured now, his attention divided between the trail and our surroundings. We reached Eagle Point just before noon. The overlook offered a spectacular view of the valley below, a patchwork of crimson, orange, and gold stretching to the horizon. Mirror Lake gleamed in the distance, a perfect blue oval under the autumn palette.
Look at him.
Stevie pulled out his camera and began taking photos, moving around to capture.
I'm gonna cry, it's so cute.
I sat on a flat rock, enjoying the panorama.
Might be having my period soon. I do not know why this makes me want to cry.
I said.
Hormones, whatever.
Stevie nodded without lowering his camera.
Look at some whiskers coming out of there.
As he photographed, I noticed how frequently he paused to look around, scanning the tree line behind us or studying the path we'd taken up. Twice he set down his camera to check his rifle, making small adjustments to the sling. "Everything okay?" I finally asked. "Yeah, why?" "You seem on edge." He shrugged. "Just being careful. These woods get pretty remote."
The littlest of guys.
After about 30 minutes at the overlook, Stevie
there he
suggested we
is.
head back.
The Kotikyat.
The return journey felt quicker, though I noticed Stevie maintained a brisker pace than
It's
usual.
very spooky.
He walked slightly ahead, frequently turning to look over his shoulder or stopping to listen to sounds I couldn't detect.
Spookiest guy.
Back at camp, Stevie immediately set about preparing the fish while I organized our supplies. The day had warmed considerably, and I moved some items back into the truck to protect them from the afternoon sun. We should pack up most of this tomorrow morning, I said, folding a tarp.
No.
Make the departure easier on our last day. Stevie nodded, his attention focused on gutting the trout. Makes sense. As the sun began to set, Stevie cooked the fish over our campfire. The smell made my stomach growl, reminding me how physical activity had sharpened my appetite. Billy sat expectantly nearby, knowing he'd get his share.
Yippee!
This is perfect,
All right.
I said after
See
the first
who
bite.
else will get one.
The trout
rid
was
of this.
flaky and tender, seasoned simply with salt, pepper, and lemon. We ate in comfortable
little bit of
silence,
this, bada, bada,
watching
bada,
the
bada.
flames dance. After dinner, I washed our plates in a bucket of lake water while Stevie stoked the fire. When I
Also,
returned,
this is
he
the
pulled out a
only
deck of
this is
cards.
the only fucking full body
Poker?
reference
Yeah.
I could find to this
Sure, but I'm
motherfucker.
not betting against you again.
Oh,
Cleaning
here,
the
look
house
at
last
this.
year. He laughed.
Appreciate his costume.
Gin rummy it is.
Day of the
We
Dead,
played
maybe?
cards for
I
a
don't
couple of
know.
hours, talking about work and mutual
Generate.
friends. The firelight cast long
Bada-bada-bada-bada-bada-bada.
shadows across our campsite, and the normal sounds of the forest,
Bluntilda.
rustling leaves, distant owl calls.
Also,
created a
I
peaceful
love her
backdrop.
fucking name.
By
Bluntilda.
10, the temperature had dropped significantly. and we decided to
Zaist?
turn in. Early start tomorrow for our last day, Stevie said,
Really, bitch?
banking the fire.
Really, bitch?
I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of the previous sleepless
Uh.
night. Sounds good. Billy followed us into the tent without
What did I mean by
hesitation.
science
I
zombie?
changed into warmer clothes for sleeping
nuclear?
and slipped into my bag.
Toxic
Beside me, Stevie
abomination,
was
mayhaps?
placing his rifle within
The
easy
fuck is a
reach.
science zombie? Oh, she's in a little lab coat.
He
Okay.
said, clicking off his flashlight.
Maybe
Night,
I'll just rough
I
up.
replied, already
I'll
feeling
do what I did
sleep
with Elf
taking
Zombie and just rough up her
I drifted
costume a
off
bit.
quickly, the physical exertion of the day overcoming my lingering concerns about the previous night's disturbances. The sound woke me suddenly. The same unsettling noise from the night before, but unmistakably closer. I blinked in the darkness, my watch showing just past midnight. Billy was already
Dun,
awake,
chicka, dun.
a low
Bluntilda.
growl rumbling in his throat. Stevie,
Zombie nerd with glasses and a lab
but he
coat.
continued sleeping deeply. The sound came again.
Let's see.
Part scream, part moan, but distorted in a
I want
way
like
that
a
made
like
it
Toxic
seem
Avenger type
It
zombie,
seemed to
like
come from
a
just beyond our campsite.
nuclear.
Billy's growl intensified. I sat up slowly, heart pounding in my chest.
Let's see if I
Something
can
felt
find something
wrong,
like that. That's not
deeply,
like.
fundamentally wrong.
Mm.
The air in the tent seemed too heavy, too still. Moving carefully, I crawled toward the
Like a
tent
toxic
entrance and slowly
zombie.
unzipped it just enough to peer outside.
We'll do it like a
The nearly
toxic
full moon
zombie.
cast everything in pale
I think that's what I'm
silver
gonna do.
light, making the clearing around our campsite visible. That's when I saw it. A tall figure
Zombie.
standing motionless at the forest's edge, partially obscured by shadow. The person wore dark clothing that blended with the night, but their outline was unmistakable against the trees. They stood completely still, facing our tent directly. My breath caught as I realized they were staring right at me. I couldn't make out a face, just the dark silhouette, unnaturally still and focused. I scrambled back, my hands shaking as I grabbed Stevie's shoulder.
You look like
Stevie, wake up!
collapsed. I did the same thing to Elf too.
He came awake instantly, years of hunting trips having trained him to full alertness. What? What is it? There's someone out there? I whispered, pointing toward the tent entrance.
Maybe.
Standing at the edge of the clearing watching us. Stevie's expression hardened. Without a word, he
My
grabbed
penis
his rifle and
hardened.
moved toward the tent opening. Billy's growl had become continuous
bigger.
now. A warning
the sake of the
vibration
sketch.
filled our small space.
Alright, how would
Stevie
we rough
unzipped
this
the
up a
tent with
little
one
bit?
fluid motion and stepped halfway
We will
out,
give her like.
rifle at the ready. Hey! He called out, voice firm and commanding. Who's there? Identify yourself. No response came. The figure remained perfectly still. This is private camp, Stevie continued. State your
Like a
business or
bone
move
sticking
on.
out. She's got one arm.
Comfortably. even the normal forest sounds
Then
had
we'll make it a
stopped.
little
No
sloppy.
insects chirping, no leaves rustling. Just the sound of my own pulse in my ears and Billy's
Sloppiness in the
persistent
coat.
growl. "Last warning," Stevie called. "Identify yourself now."
Something like that?
When
I
no
don't
response
fucking know.
came, Stevie reached back into the tent and grabbed a flare gun from his pack. He loaded it quickly and fired upward. The flare burst overhead, bathing everything in harsh red light. In that crimson
This one will
illumination,
just
I
be
caught a
a-
clearer glimpse of the figure, tall and
Yeah.
thin, wearing what looked like dark clothing.
Eh.
But something about their proportions seemed off, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly how in the strange
maybe?
light. The moment the flare lit up the clearing, the figure turned abruptly and moved into the forest.
Alright.
There was something deeply unsettling about the way
Bit
they
of
moved.
booba.
Too smooth, too quick. And most disturbing of all, completely silent. No crackling leaves, no snapping twigs, just a fluid retreat into darkness. "Did you see that?" I whispered as the flare's light began to fade. Stevie nodded, rifle still trained on the spot where the figure had stood. "Yeah, I saw it." I stayed inside the tent with Billy while Stevie prowled around our campsite, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Billy hadn't stopped growling since we spotted that figure at the edge of the trees. His body was tense against my leg, his eyes fixed on the tent opening.
Like an experiment gone wrong, you know? That's the
"It's okay,
vibe.
boy," I whispered, my hand on his back feeling the continuous rumble in his chest. I wasn't sure if I was trying to convince him or myself. Every few minutes I caught glimpses of Stevie's light sweeping across the trees. He moved methodically, checking each section of the perimeter, pausing occasionally to listen.
Yeah.
The night had gone completely silent again. No crickets, no owls, nothing but the soft rustle of leaves in the slight breeze. Billy's ears perked up suddenly, and his growl deepened. I held my breath, straining to hear what had triggered him. A moment later, Stevie's footsteps approached the tent, and Billy relaxed slightly, recognizing the sound. The tent flap unzipped, and Stevie ducked inside. His face looked tired in the beam of my flashlight.
That looks
But his movements
zombie-ish.
were still precise as he set his rifle down within reach.
Oh, she's got a little buddy on her
"Nothing,"
head, too. That's so
he
cute.
said, sitting heavily on his sleeping bag.
What if I had you guys on my head and you could swim in my
"Whoever it
puddle?
was is gone now." "You're sure?" I asked. "I didn't find any footprints or signs anyone was there," Stevie said, running a hand through
I
his
love
ears.
these 90s
"The ground's
anime
pretty hard
M
around here,
bangs.
though, so that doesn't mean much." "What do you think we should do?" I asked, already knowing what I wanted, to pack up and leave at first light. Stevie checked his watch. "It's already past 2. We should try to get some sleep." "And then?" "We stick to the plan," he said firmly. "We're here for 3 nights, and tomorrow's our last full day. The flare probably scared them off." "Them." I caught his word choice. "You think there were more?" Stevie shrugged. "Figure of speech. Whoever it was, they're gone. Probably just some weirdo trying to spook campers." I wanted to argue, to point out how the figure had moved when it left. Too smooth, too fast, too silent. But Stevie had already settled back into his sleeping bag, clearly considering the matter closed for now. "I'll keep the rifle
Stevie just
ready,"
killed all of
he
them.
added, noticing my expression. "And we'll both sleep light, but I'm not letting some random creep
What do you
ruin
think's
our trip."
dirtier, my head puddle
Billy
or the
finally stopped
Ganges?
growling and curled up tight against my side, though his eyes remained open, watching the tent entrance. I lay back down.
Oh,
but
let
knew
me
sleep
flip
wouldn't
this.
come
Her
easily.
ponytail's on this side.
Every sound outside seemed amplified. The wind in the branches, the occasional splash from the lake, the creak of settling trees. Morning came too slowly. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke to gray light filtering through the canvas and Stevie already up and moving around outside. Billy was gone from my side, and I sat up quickly,
Really?
momentary panic subsiding when I heard him barking once by the lake. I crawled out of the tent to find Stevie arranging our cooking gear. The morning air felt
Leave
unusually
Billy
cold,
alone!
a heavy mist hanging over the lake. "Coffee's almost ready," Stevie said without looking up. I nodded, too tired for conversation. My eyes kept drifting to the tree line where we'd seen the figure standing. In daylight, it looked completely ordinary, just trees and underbrush, nothing sinister about it. After a quick breakfast, Stevie suggested fishing again, but I couldn't shake my unease. Every few minutes, I found myself scanning the forest edge, expecting to see someone watching us. Billy seemed to share my anxiety, staying unusually close instead of exploring as he normally would. "You're being paranoid," Stevie said after catching
Something
me
like
looking
that?
over my shoulder for the 10th time.
What do you
"We're
think?
fine."
Zombie.
"Did you see how that person moved?" I asked, keeping my voice low despite us being alone. It wasn't normal. It was dark, we were scared, and the flare was dying out. Stevie reasoned. Our minds filled in the gaps. I didn't push it further. Stevie had always been the practical one, finding logical explanations for everything. Usually, I appreciated that quality, but today it felt like willful denial. We spent the day close to camp. I couldn't focus on anything. Not the book I'd brought, not the card game Stevie suggested, not even the spectacular view of the lake. Every sound from the forest made me jump. Billy was acting strange too, refusing to venture more than a few yards from me and constantly watching the trees with his ears perked. "See, even Billy knows something's wrong," I said when Stevie returned from gathering more firewood. "Dogs pick up on their owner's anxiety," he replied, dropping the wood near our fire pit. "You're freaking out, so he's freaking out." By mid-afternoon, we started packing most of our gear for an early departure the next morning. I worked quickly, eager to be ready to leave at first light. "We don't need to rush," Stevie said, watching me stuff my sleeping bag into its compression sack with more force than necessary. "We've got plenty of time." But I continued packing everything we wouldn't need for our final night, organizing it neatly in the truck. The activity helped channel my nervous energy, though my eyes kept drifting to the forest. While I secured our food in the bear-proof containers, hanging them from a tree branch away from our sleeping area, Stevie sat cross-legged outside the tent, methodically cleaning his rifle. He field-stripped it with practiced movements, wiping each part before reassembling it. "Checking your ammunition?" I asked, nodding toward the small box of cartridges beside him. "Just being thorough," he replied, not looking up from his work. Despite his casual tone, I noticed he'd counted out extra rounds, keeping them in his shirt pocket. Billy hadn't left my side all day. He followed me from tent to truck and back again, his body tense and alert. Occasionally, he would stop and stare at the tree line, the fur on his back rising slightly. "What do you see, boy?" I asked him once, following his gaze but seeing nothing unusual among the trees. As evening approached, Stevie cooked an early dinner, the last of our fresh food that wouldn't keep for the journey home. We ate mostly in silence, the tension between us palpable. I kept thinking about the figure from the night before, how it had stood so
it gets
still,
longer.
watching us. "We should put the fire out early tonight," I suggested as we finished eating. Stevie nodded. "Good idea. Less visible that way." It was the first time he'd acknowledged, even indirectly, that he shared some of my concerns. We doused the campfire thoroughly before the sun had fully set, leaving us in the growing darkness with only our flashlights. "Early night, then?" Stevie asked, zipping up his jacket against the evening chill. "Yeah," I agreed, though I doubted I'd sleep much. We retreated to the tent while there was still a faint glow on the horizon. Billy squeezed in between us, still unusually vigilant. Stevie placed his rifle within easy reach and set his flashlight nearby. "Try to get some sleep," he said, turning off his light. "We've got a long drive tomorrow." I nodded in the darkness, not bothering to mention how unlikely sleep seemed. I lay on my back, staring at the canvas above me, listening to the night sounds begin around us. Stevie's breathing eventually
This could
slowed
probably be
and deepened,
shorter.
but I remained wide awake. Every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The wind rustling leaves, water lapping at the lakeshore, Billy shifting position beside me. And then something else. A twig snapping somewhere in the forest. Leaves rustling in a way that didn't match the wind's pattern. I held my breath, straining to hear. Another snap, closer this time. Billy's head lifted, his body going rigid against mine. I reached for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on, not wanting to announce that I was awake. More rustling, definitely not the wind. It sounded like something, or someone, moving slowly through the underbrush just beyond our campsite. Billy's low growl returned, vibrating against my side. "Stevie," I whispered, reaching over to shake his shoulder. "Stevie, wake up." He stirred, instantly alert. "What is it?" "Listen," I breathed. We both went still. For several long seconds there was nothing but normal forest sounds. Then came another snap, followed by the distinct sound of something brushing against leaves. "Could be a deer," Stevie whispered, but his hand moved to the rifle beside him. "Billy doesn't growl at deer," I pointed out, my voice barely audible. We waited, listening to whatever was moving around the perimeter of our campsite. It seemed to circle us, never coming closer, but never moving away either. Just pacing, watching, waiting. "Maybe we should use the flare again," I suggested after several minutes of this. Stevie shook his head. "Save it. If they come closer, we'll need it." They. He'd said it again. Even Stevie was thinking there might be more than one. The sounds continued for what
So yeah, that's what "they" is supposed to mean, by the way.
Rustling leaves, occasional pauses,
Just saying.
then movement resuming in a different direction. Billy remained on high alert, his growl coming and going as the sounds moved around us. I checked my watch. Just past midnight. Still hours until dawn. The longest night of my life stretched ahead, filled with those sounds just beyond the reach of our flashlights, just out of sight in the darkness of the forest. I woke up with a gasp, heart pounding in my ears. Something had pulled me from sleep, not a sound but a feeling, like being watched. I blinked in the darkness of our tent, trying to orient myself. Billy was pressed against my side, his body rigid. Stevie's breathing came slow and steady from his sleeping bag. The night was unnaturally quiet. Then I saw them. Through the thin fabric of our tent, silhouettes stood out against the moonlight. Dark figures, perfectly still, positioned between the trees surrounding our campsite. Not animals, people. Or at least, things shaped like people. I rubbed my eyes, hoping they'd disappear. They didn't. I counted them, my breath catching as I tallied. 1, 2, 3. 6 distinct shapes that I could make out. All motionless. All facing our tent. Watching us. "Stevie," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. I reached out, shaking his shoulder. "Stevie, wake up." He stirred, mumbling something unintelligible. "There are people outside," I hissed, louder this time. "All around the campsite." Stevie came awake instantly, sitting up and reaching for his rifle in one fluid motion.
Kill them
He
all!
looked at me, then at the tent walls where the shadows were visible. "How many?" he asked, his voice low and controlled. "At least 6 that I can see." Billy let out a low growl, his eyes fixed on the tent entrance. Stevie grabbed his flashlight, checked his rifle, and moved toward the tent flap. "Stay here," he ordered. Before I could object, Stevie unzipped the tent and stepped outside. I scrambled to the opening, peering out while staying mostly hidden behind the canvas. Stevie stood tall, rifle held ready but not yet aimed. The moonlight illuminated our campsite with an eerie silver glow, making the dark figures at the tree line stand out in stark contrast. "This is private property," Stevie called out, his voice carrying across the clearing. "Identify yourselves now." No response, not even a shift in posture from any of the watchers. "I'm armed," Stevie continued, raising his rifle slightly. "State your business or leave immediately." The silence that followed was absolute. I watched in horror as more shapes emerged from the darkness between the trees. They simply appeared, as if materializing from the shadows themselves. I counted again. 10, 12. More than a dozen silent figures now formed a complete circle around our campsite. "Stevie," I called, my voice shaking. "There are more of them." He nodded without looking back, his attention fixed on the watchers. I saw his hand move to his pocket, pulling out the flare gun we'd used the night before. In one quick motion, he loaded it and fired straight up. The bright red light burst overhead, bathing everything in a
You know what?
hellish
I'm just
glow.
gonna give her floppy sleeves.
For the first time, I could see details of the figures. Tall, unnaturally thin, dressed in dark clothing, but their faces remained in shadow, even in the harsh light of the flare.
The floppies.
What struck me most was their complete lack of reaction. They didn't flinch at the sudden light or the noise of the flare gun. They didn't shield their eyes or call out in surprise. They simply stood, watching, as if the flare meant nothing to them. As the red light continued to illuminate the scene, one of the figures at the front of the group began to move. It stepped forward from the tree line, walking with a gait that made my stomach turn. Its legs moved too smoothly, joints bending at odd angles. Its upper
shit,
body
it's the little
barely
people
swaying with
again!
each step.
This is a common story.
It was like watching someone who had only read about walking
in my
try
area.
to imitate the motion. "That's close enough," Stevie
They
shouted,
travel in
lowering his
packs,
rifle
you
to
know.
aim directly at the approaching figure. "Stop right there or I will shoot."
My grandpa used to tell
The
me
figure
stories
kept
of
coming,
these things.
moving at the same steady pace. "Last warning."
Grandpa had a lot of
Stevie
cool
called, his
stories. He
finger
was a
moving
World
to the
War
trigger.
II code talker.
"Stop now." The figure didn't pause, or even acknowledge that Stevie had spoken. It just kept advancing with that terrible gliding walk. I glanced around frantically and realized with growing dread that the other figures had begun to move as well. From all directions they were closing in, stepping from the trees and walking toward our tent. Unlike normal movement through a forest, there was no sound, no crunch of leaves, no snap of twigs.
Does that
no
look like a
rustle of
zombie?
underbrush. Just
Did I
silent,
do it?
inexorable advance.
Put her eyes closer
Stevie,
together.
they're
She
all
looks
coming,
like she has
I said,
fucking
my voice breaking.
fetal
All
alcohol
of them.
syndrome.
Stevie took a
There
step
we go.
back toward the tent, his rifle still trained on the nearest figure. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the slight tremor in his hands as he kept the gun steady. The circle was tightening around us.
Ooh, tight.
The flare's light began to fade, plunging sections of the campsite back into moonlit shadow. I counted the distance between the nearest figures and our tent, 20 yards, maybe less. And they kept coming. Their
They're
movement unhurried,
Coming.
but unstoppable.
I need to stop.
I felt trapped, caught in a slowly closing net with nowhere to run. The lake was behind us, the forest, filled with more of them, for all I knew, in every other direction. Billy pressed against my legs, his growl continuous now, a rumble I could feel through my shins. The figures moved closer, their circle shrinking, their silence more threatening than any sound could have been. I watched them advance, my mind unable to process what my eyes were seeing. They moved like people, but wrong.
I do
They
have
looked
this
like
book
people,
of
but wrong. And they were almost upon us.
regional
Spun around at
tribal
Billy's frantic
horror
barking from
stories.
inside the tent.
Would you be interested
His
in
barks
something
came
like that?
sharp and panicked. Not his usual alert growl, but something more desperate. In the pale moonlight
Do a little
filtering through the
reading.
canvas, I saw what had triggered his alarm. Another figure was somehow emerging from our sleeping bags, having entered
Maybe
the
a
tent
quick
completely
stream before
undetected.
everything's over. Do you guys like the
How had it
idea of
gotten in? When?
indigenous
My mind
horror
raced as I tried to
stories and
process the
all of our
impossible
like
sight before me.
folklore beasts and stuff?
The figure unfolded itself from where our bags
Do you guys
were,
want to learn about my
rising up with that
culture?
same unnatural smoothness I'd seen outside. It was tall and thin, its proportions wrong in ways I couldn't quite define in the dim light. The intruder lunged at me with startling speed. I screamed, a raw primal sound that tore from my throat without conscious thought. I rolled
That
away
description.
from its grasping hands, feeling the cold brush of fingertips
It's a
against
cool
my arm
description.
as I barely escaped its reach. The sleeping bag tangled around my legs as I scrambled backward.
I like
my
reading
elbows
to you
digging into
guys.
the tent floor. "Stevie," I yelled, my voice breaking with panic. Inside! They're inside! Billy launched himself at the figure, his teeth bared in a snarl unlike anything I'd heard from him before. The golden retriever, usually so gentle, became a blur of fur and fury as he attacked the intruder. I heard Stevie rushing back toward the tent, his footsteps pounding against the hard ground, but the sounds changed abruptly. Multiple impacts, the shuffle of many feet, and then a grunt of surprise from Stevie. I caught him simultaneously, their movements coordinated and silent. Derek!
Love this brown queen.
His voice tight
She's
with effort.
just like
Get
me
out!
for real.
Run!
Brown and
His
green
words cut off
queen.
as I watched in horror through the tent flap
Animated short
as
film you
Stevie
should watch
disappeared
about an
beneath a
Eskimo girl
mountain
taking
of
care of her
dark
little
shapes.
sister. I've probably seen
His
that
rifle
actually.
clattered to the ground.
Though I am not
the
an
sound of metal on
Eskimo.
stone impossibly loud in the chaos.
You
I
have
heard Stevie's
similar
muffled shouts and the
folklore,
sounds of
so
a
it
violent
could also
struggle
be
outside. Fabric tearing.
the
the impact of
Ojibwe
fists,
version.
And Stevie's increasingly desperate attempts to break free. Inside the tent, the figure continued pursuing me.
A lot
His
of
movements jerky, yet purposeful,
the tribes around here have
the confined
similar,
space.
if not
I scrambled
identical
desperately toward the
stories,
exit,
just told from
my
different
fingers clawing at
languages.
the tent floor. Billy bit at the intruder's legs, his teeth catching on the dark fabric. The figure made no sound of
Missing some
pain,
lines.
but its attention diverted momentarily to the dog, buying me precious seconds to escape.
Don't use the dog to escape!
Billy, come! I gasped, reaching the tent opening.
Oh, I'm so stressed about this
I burst
fucking
from the
dog.
tent on hands and knees, then
I'm gonna be
stumbled
so
to my
upset.
feet.
This
The
dog
scene
dies.
outside was nightmarish. Stevie was being dragged into the forest by several figures.
No,
his body
Stevie!
half lifted between them as he fought against their grip.
He was the
His
only
face
one who was a
turned toward me,
competent
blood trickling
warrior.
from his nose, his eyes wide with terror.
Stevie, my ex-military hunter
Stevie's voice
king.
called my name with increasing desperation, the sound already growing distant as they pulled him toward the tree line.
I doubt it was
Help
that
me.
calm.
Don't let them take... His words dissolved
Like the
into a
calmest
grunt
panic.
as one of the figures clamped a hand over his mouth. Stevie's eyes locked with mine for a moment across the moonlit clearing, silently pleading for help. In that frozen instant, I saw the realization in his gaze, the understanding that I was his only hope. Billy darted from the tent behind me, barking furiously as he charged toward the group, dragging Stevie away. More figures moved between us, their attention now turning toward me, cutting off any path I might take to reach my friend. Stevie's feet dragged across the ground, leaving twin furrows in the dirt as he was pulled inexorably into the darkness between the trees.
Inexorably. Okay,
Terror
vocabulary.
overwhelmed my rational mind as I grabbed Stevie's fallen rifle and ran blindly.
I'll probably
into
add
the
like
forest,
toxic blobs. I think
abandoning
we're
my
going
best
like
friend to an unknown fate.
toxic waste
The weapon
vibes.
felt cold and useless in my hands.
That's the
My
idea.
fingers barely able to grip it properly as I stumbled forward.
Since
I didn't even check if it
Elfin
was
was more of
loaded. I just
the
ran.
blood,
Branches
gore,
ripped
and
across my
rot
face
type
as I crashed
zombie.
through the underbrush, each
And it's
impact
not like
stinging like tiny knives against my skin.
super
The forest
what's
had
the word?
transformed from our
Repetitive, I
peaceful
guess.
camping spot into a maze of shadows and obstacles. Moonlight
Yeah,
filtered
that's
through
the excuse
canopy
I'm
of
using.
broken patches, creating just
Oh,
enough visibility
Billy!
to avoid running headfirst into tree trunks, but little else. My feet caught on exposed roots and stones I couldn't see in time, sending me stumbling but never quite falling. Fear kept me upright and moving. Behind me, Stevie's screams tore through the night. "Derek, help me!" His voice bounced between the trees, disorienting and terrible. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to be the friend he deserved. But my legs kept carrying me forward, away from those figures, away from what was happening to him. Please. They're
bro,
taking
that's
me
your
somewhere.
friend.
His
Dirt.
voice cut off for a moment, then resumed with a raw, animal quality that made my skin crawl. I couldn't make out the words anymore. Just the
Slimy.
naked fear in his tone. The distance between us grew with every desperate stride I took. I crashed through a thicket, branches scratching my arms and tearing at my clothes. The t-shirt I'd slept in caught on something sharp and ripped across my back. I didn't slow down. I couldn't. The rifle banged against my leg as I ran, its weight throwing off my balance, but I clutched it tighter, the only tangible connection to Stevie I still had. The forest floor dipped suddenly, and I lost my footing, sliding down a small embankment covered in slick leaves. I landed hard on my side, the rifle clattering against stone. For a moment I lay there, my breath coming in painful gasps, listening. Stevie's voice had grown fainter, but I could still hear him calling out. The words were indistinct now, just sounds of human distress carried on the night air. Something else moved through the forest. Not just Stevie and whatever had him, but other things, spreading out through the trees, searching. I pushed myself up, grabbed the rifle, and started running again. The moon tracked overhead as I fled, marking the passage of hours, though time had lost all meaning. My lungs burned. My legs ached. Sweat soaked through what remained of my clothes, despite the cool night air. I ran until I couldn't remember why I was running, until the only thought in my head was forward, away, escape. At one point, I thought I heard Billy bark. A single sharp sound.
Should her eyes be neon green too? Usually they're like blacky gray.
Listening for more, but there was nothing. Just that one
like
bark,
she's just filled with
silence.
toxic goop.
Had they gotten him too? Or had he somehow escaped and was trying to find me? I waited, breath held, for another sound that never came. Billy? I whispered, too quietly for anything to hear. No response came.
Billy!
Slower now, trying to listen for any sign of my dog while still putting distance between myself and the campsite. Stevie's voice had gone
Billy!
silent. I didn't know when exactly his screams had stopped. They had simply faded, growing more distant until they disappeared entirely into the night. Now the only
Poor
sounds were
pupper.
my ragged
I'm so
breathing
sad.
and the crunch of leaves and twigs.
That dog. Oh, if that dog dies, I'm gonna find you. He's in my area. I will find you.
Something moving through the forest parallel to my path. I stopped behind a large tree trunk, pressing my back against the rough bark, and peered into
Oh yeah,
the
glasses, I guess.
At first, I saw nothing.
Or like goggles.
Then, about 30 yards to my right, a dark figure moved between trees. It wasn't running. It was walking with that same unnatural smoothness I'd seen before. Even at this distance, and in the poor light, I could tell it wasn't human. Not really. The proportions were wrong. The movement too fluid, yet somehow jerky at the same time. I held my breath and stayed perfectly still. The figure paused, as if sensing my attention, then continued on its path, moving away from me. I waited until it disappeared from view before I started moving again, changing direction to head away from where I'd seen it. 10 minutes later, I spotted another one, this time to my left, moving through a patch of moonlight. I dropped to the ground behind a fallen log, clutching the rifle to my chest. The figure stopped, turned its head, too far, farther than a human neck should allow, and seemed to scan the forest. I pressed myself into the dirt and rotting wood, willing myself to disappear. After what felt like an eternity, it moved on. They were hunting me, spreading out through the forest, searching methodically, and they were between me and the way back to the campsite, back to the truck, back to any hope of helping Steve.
I don't know how to draw it look like to make it look like it's cracked. Okay.
Areas, staying in the densest parts of the forest where the moonlight couldn't penetrate. My initial blind panic had given way to a more focused
me when
fear,
I couldn't penetrate.
still overwhelming, but channeled into each careful step, each decision about which way to turn. Hours passed.
I hate when that happens.
The moon began its descent toward the horizon. My legs trembled with exhaustion.
Like that?
Muscles pushed far beyond their limits. I tripped over a root I didn't see in time and fell hard, the rifle flying from my hand.
God damn it, I laugh at the stupidest things.
When I tried to stand, my legs simply wouldn't respond. They'd given out completely. I crawled toward the rifle, dragging myself forward with my arms, fingers digging into soil and leaves. My body was shutting down.
It's not very spooky, but I mean, it's what she asked for, you know?
Not here. Not when they might still be looking for me.
I had all these doodads.
I reached the rifle and used it to push myself up, leaning on it like a crutch. I managed
pieces of flare
before collapsing.
It's like an amoeba.
This time, I couldn't even crawl. I lay on my side, curled around the rifle, listening to the forest and waiting for them to find me. But the footsteps I heard weren't the silent gliding.
Actually, no, we're not gonna do all that. it's gonna be so teeny tiny. What do you think? Is that good enough? Should it be more goopy?
They were still distant, but growing closer. I tried again to move, managing only to drag myself a few more feet before my strength gave out entirely.
Maybe I
The
could.
footsteps continued approaching. I closed my eyes, too exhausted to even feel fear anymore. Whatever was coming would find me, and I had nothing left to fight with. The light changed. First gray, then pink, then yellow-white as the sun crept above the trees. I kept moving, stumbling forward on legs that no longer felt connected to my body. Branches
Definitely
scraped my
reads
arms.
more zombie.
Rocks dug into my feet through worn hiking boots. Still, I pushed on. Stevie's rifle clutched in my hands like it might save me if I just held tight enough. When I finally broke through
until
the tree line and saw the dirt logging
the toxic
road cutting through the forest,
zombie.
my legs gave out completely. I collapsed at the edge of the road, my chest heaving. The rifle clattered beside me.
Gotta do this in the right
useless as
order,
it had
or
been
else
all
it'll
night.
fuck
I
up.
tried to stand again, but my
The
muscles
effect.
refused to cooperate.
She's
So I
kind of
laid,
cute.
watching the sun
Okay.
climb higher, casting long shadows across the packed
Small.
dirt. Every sound
That's
made
about
me
the same.
flinch. A bird call set my heart
Bluntilder.
racing. The rustling of leaves had me grabbing for the rifle. Even the wind through the trees sounded like whispers, like those things were still out there, watching, waiting. I kept seeing Stevie's face as they dragged him away, his eyes locked on mine, begging for help I didn't give. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. My mouth was
Yeah!
dry, my stomach empty. I
Little
hadn't eaten
goop on the
since dinner
cheek.
night before.
I
Hadn't had
wonder if
water
I could
since
pull
our
that
last
off now
sips in
that
the
it's
tent.
teeny weeny.
The thought of the tent made my chest tighten. Billy had been there. Where was he now? Had they taken him too? The rumble of an engine cut through my thoughts. I pushed myself up on shaking arms, my heart hammering. The
Goopers!
sound grew louder, and then a logging truck appeared around the
Yeah,
bend.
we'll just
moving
add some
slowly on the
smudges, I
uneven
guess.
road. I waved my arms frantically, trying to stand, but managing only to kneel. The truck slowed, then stopped about 20 feet away.
Or
The
down.
driver's door
Let's do a
opened,
few
and
more.
man stepped out.
And then
Stocky,
whoever I
with a
don't
thick
get to,
mustache and trucker cap.
my commissions are open.
Cautiously, stopping a few
I'm
feet
just
away.
kidding.
Hey, buddy, you okay?
I don't know
He
if I'm
called,
gonna
keeping
continue.
distance.
So if you don't get
I
drawn, then
what came out was a
you
giant
won't.
bird. In the woods. They weren't. They didn't move right.
Yippee.
They took Stevie.
Yeah.
The man's expression shifted
Go
from
back
concern
to our
wariness.
list.
You hurt? Been in an
Get
accident?
rid of.
No,
What's
no
up?
accident. I grabbed Stevie's
Okay.
rifle, not thinking how it might
Let's
look.
do
The man
another
took a quick
shuffle.
step back. I released it immediately. Sorry, I just... My friend. They took my friend. Last night in the woods.
It's giving me 1 and 8.
Who
I've
took your
already
friend?
done that.
He stayed where
7,
he was.
I've already
eyes
done
flicking
that.
between me and the rifle.
11, I've already done
I
that.
don't
Come
know what they
on,
My voice
randomizer.
cracked.
Oh
They
shit,
surrounded our camp. They got inside
Joey.
our tent. They dragged him away. The man
Another
studied me
animal?
For a long moment.
Are you an
Carl,
animal?
He finally said.
A dragon?
Carl Ramirez. You
The
look like
fuck
you've been
are
through
you?
hell. How about I give you a lift to town?
Anything
Give you
I
some help?
want.
I nodded, relief washing over me.
Chat, what do you think Joey
Yes,
should be for
please.
Halloween?
Carl helped me to my feet and into his truck. I clutched Stevie's rifle, refusing to let it go even as Carl eyed it uneasily. He didn't push the issue, just started the engine and pulled back onto the road. "What's your name?" he asked after we'd been driving for a few minutes. Derek Ross." "Well, Derek, there's a police station in the next
Do you have
town.
a body or are you
About
just
20
like a
minutes from here.
snake?
We'll get you there. Let the authorities sort this out."
You're a
I nodded,
catfish.
leaning my head against the window. The trees blurred
Hmm.
past, and I couldn't help scanning them,
I see.
looking for tall, thin shapes moving unnaturally between the trunks. "You said
Once
they
upon a
took your
time,
friend."
Kung Fu Sensei. That would be funny. Once upon a time,
closed my
I think it was
eyes.
last year, I
don't
drew
know.
him with a
They
teeny
looked
tiny
like
wizard
people, but
hat.
Wrong. Too tall. Too thin. They moved. I shuddered, remembering the jerky yet fluid way they'd advanced on our camp, They
Let's
didn't move
see.
like people.
Do you have
Carl
fins?
was quiet for a moment. You've been drinking?
I don't think I've ever seen your
Taking
whole
anything?
body.
No. I opened my eyes to look
Maybe
at
I'm a fake
him. I know
fan.
how it sounds.
I go all the
But
way
I'm telling
down.
you
I
what
don't
I
really
saw.
got a body. Okay,
You're
so
not.
you're just like,
But I could see the doubt in his eyes. The same doubt I'd see in everyone's eyes over the
okay,
coming days.
there you go.
The police station
That's
was
your
a small
buddy.
brick building in the center of a town.
How
I'd
long
never
are you?
visited before.
Like that?
Carl
Make you a
parked
little
out
bit
front and helped
longer.
me inside, explaining to
That's
the
gonna be your
officer
mouth.
at the desk that he'd found me on a logging road,
Let's
disoriented
shape
and
your
talking
head a
about
little
someone
bit
being
better.
taken. Things moved quickly after that. I was
Look
given
at
water,
us, Joey.
asked basic questions.
Got a fin on the back of
When
your
I mentioned
head.
Mirror
Oh,
Lake
none.
and
I never
camping
know
trip,
that.
Stevie being taken.
What
The
will
officers
Joey
exchanged
be?
glances. One made a call.
What
Within
if I
an
just
hour,
make you
2
a
detectives
worm?
arrived. Caitlin Singh and Timothy Burns.
Joey, I
They
would
took me
love
to
you if
small
you were a
room with
worm.
table and chairs.
Just saying.
Detective Singh was in her mid-30s, with auburn hair pulled back tightly and sharp green eyes that missed nothing. Detective Burns was older, with close-cropped black hair going gray at the temples, and a serious expression that never wavered. Mr. Ross, Singh began, setting a recorder on the table between us. Can you tell us exactly what happened from the beginning? So I did. I told them about our annual camping trip, the strange sounds the first night, the figure watching our tent.
You want to be
The
a
flare
worm?
Stevie fired. I described how the figures surrounded us the second night,
Make you a
how
little
one got
worm.
inside our tent, how they took Stevie while I escaped with the rifle. And you ran all night? Burns asked, his
Yeah,
tone
worms
flat.
got like these little neck things.
Yes, they were hunting me. I saw them.
You guys
moving
know
through the
Heidi
trees,
Klum?
searching. But they didn't
Like
catch
the old
you,
model.
Singh noted.
She
writing
goes to
something on the
Halloween
notepad.
parties like all
No,
over Hollywood, right?
I
And she
kept
wears some of the
I don't know why they didn't find me.
most creative
dog,
would be
Billy?
the word for it.
Singh asked.
Costumes.
My throat
And
tightened.
this one time she dressed like a
I don't
worm.
know. He was with me
There's
when Stevie
Jolly,
was taken.
Jolly,
Then
Joey. I
I
called
heard
you
him bark
Jolly.
once after I ran. Then nothing.
That is Joey if Joey was
So,
a
to be
worm.
clear, Burns said, leaning forward. You're saying multiple
But also
unknown
a
assailants surrounded the
wizard.
campsite, abducted your friend Stevie Jensen and possibly your dog as well?
Okay.
That's
What do you think,
exactly what
Joey?
happened.
Do you want a different
Singh
costume or
exchanged a
do you
look
want to
with
be a
Burns.
worm?
Mr. Ross, we're going to organize search parties right away. Can you
So
tell us
he
exactly where
chap.
your campsite was located? I gave them directions to Mirror Lake. Described the
We'll
specific
strap some
site where we'd
bombs
set
to
up camp.
him.
They asked more questions. What Stevie was wearing, what equipment we had, whether we'd had any conflicts with
Shut
other campers
up!
or
I didn't mean to call him Jelly.
No, I said.
Ooh.
We didn't see anyone else the whole time. Just them.
Ooh.
And can you describe
How about
them?
I'll put like a fishing
Her pen
hook
poised over her notepad. Tall,
too through
unnaturally
your
thin,
costume.
dressed in dark clothing.
So
I
you're
never saw
not
the
only
faces
just a
clearly.
worm, you're
They
a
moved.
worm on a
I
fishing
struggled to
hook.
find the words. Wrong.
You're bait.
Like their joints bent in ways they shouldn't.
Oh, you want to be a worm wizard?
But something in his eyes did. Skepticism.
What was that movie? There's that one weird worm from the labyrinth. He's pretty majestical.
During your trip.
How long are you though?
A couple each night with dinner.
That long
Any
enough?
history of mental health issues, hallucinations, paranoia.
Is that long enough?
You don't believe me.
How
We're just
long
gathering
is
all
Joey
facts,
the worm?
Burns said. Standard procedure. But I could see it in their faces. They thought I was crazy or
I
lying.
kind of like the fish hook idea though.
The search began
It looks so
that
silly. I
afternoon.
like it.
Teams of officers and volunteers combed the area around Mirror Lake. I waited at
Like
the
that.
police station answering more questions, going over my story again and again. They'd taken Stevie's rifle as evidence, bagging it carefully
Worm.
and logging it into their system.
That's gonna be your
I called
costume,
Stevie's
okay?
parents. That was the hardest call I've ever made.
You're welcome.
How do you tell someone their son was taken by things that shouldn't exist?
Oh, I should get rid of that.
I stuck to the facts. We were camping. Stevie disappeared.
He said facts. That's a Joey reference.
I couldn't bring myself to tell them I'd run away while their son was dragged into the darkness.
Okay, you're gonna be a worm because this
Search
sparks
lasted 2
joy.
days. I stayed in a motel in town, checking in with the police station twice
This
daily.
brings
for
me
updates.
lots of joy.
On the third day, Singh and Burns asked me to come in. We've completed our search of the area. Singh said, her voice professional but her eyes tired. "We found your campsite." "And?" I leaned forward. "Did you find any signs of Stevie? Or Billy?" Burns shook his head. "Mr. Ross, we found the campsite exactly as you described it. Tent set up, gear stored, cooler with food. But there were no signs of a
No,
struggle.
the
No blood, no
dog.
torn clothing, no drag marks.
And it was
Nothing
all
to
a
indicate
fucking
anyone was forcibly
hallucination.
removed from the site."
Classic Ontario cops,
"That's
man.
not possible. They took him."
Classic
Right in front of me.
Ontario cops.
"We found 2 sets of footprints around the campsite," Singh continued. "Both matching the hiking boots you and Mr. Jensen were wearing, according to your statement. We found no other footprints, no evidence of multiple people surrounding your tent." "That doesn't make sense," I said, my voice rising. "They were there. Dozens of them." "Mr. Ross," Burns said, his tone softening slightly, "is it possible that what you experienced was not entirely real? Perhaps a hallucination triggered by stress, isolation, or something else?" "No." I slammed my hand on the table. "I know what I saw. They took Stevie. He screamed for me to help him." Singh slid a folder across
He's
the
so
table.
happy to be a
"These are
worm,
photos
man.
from your campsite. As you
Look
can
at how
see,
happy
everything
he is
intact.
to
The
be
tent
a
isn't
worm.
damaged. There are no
I wish I
signs
was
of
a worm.
violence." I flipped through the photos, my hands shaking. The tent stood exactly where we'd placed it. The fire pit contained our last, doused fire. Stevie's camera bag sat near his sleeping bag inside the tent. Everything looked normal, untouched. "This isn't right," I whispered. "They were there. They took him."
That's so
"We've
sad.
listed Mr. Jensen as a missing person," Singh said. "The investigation will continue, but without evidence supporting your account of what happened." "You think I did something to him?"
Sing!
I looked up.
Officer Sing!
"You think I hurt Stevie?"
Canada
"We're
moment.
not accusing you of anything," Burns said quickly. "But
Yeah,
we
I
need to
wish I
consider
was
all
just a little worm.
The only possibility is what I told you.
Going wee, swinging on a hook, not knowing my impending
They tried to take me
doom.
too. Singh closed her notebook. "We'll keep looking, Mr. Ross. But I need to be
Her?
honest with you. Your story
Ontario
doesn't align
cops
with the
be
physical
like,
evidence we found. Without some corroboration, it's going to be difficult
Fuck.
to pursue the investigation in the direction you're suggesting." I left the station. in
it's
a
all
state.
tracking. This is a real story.
The
because
evidence didn't support
not
what I'd
only-
seen with my own
Not
eyes.
only is the
How's that
officer a
possible?
woman,
Had the things
and
that
she
took Stevie somehow
patronizes
erased
the
all traces of
individual
their
who's
presence?
reporting this
Or was I really
crime.
losing my mind?
She's also
Days turned
a
into weeks.
foreigner
The search for Stevie continued, but with decreasing resources.
and is probably
urgency.
only going to work for 6
His parents
months
hired
just so they
private
have a reason to
investigators who
stay in
interviewed
Canada
people.
longer.
Their questions growing more pointed, more suspicious with each
We
session.
have really relaxed visas.
Why had I run instead of helping Stevie? Why couldn't I describe his attackers more clearly? Was there anything Stevie and I had argued about before his disappearance? I stopped answering my phone, stopped leaving my apartment. The story made the local news, then regional.
They're
Man
accusing
disappears during
him.
Camping trip. Friend reports mysterious abduction. The articles never outright called me a liar, but they didn't have to. The doubt was there between every line. Stevie's body was never found. No trace of Billy either. The case remained open, but
Billy!
inactive, classified as a missing person investigation with no new leads.
Billy!
My credibility was shattered. Friends stopped calling. Stevie's
We're gonna
family
have some of
eventually stopped
the
speaking to me
costume
altogether.
rise up like
I
this.
couldn't blame them.
And the
In
hook's
their
gonna
shoes,
come
I wouldn't
out.
believe me either. But I knew what I saw. I knew what took Stevie. And I knew they were still out there, in the forest, watching.
No,
Stevie! I
Why?
returned home a different person. The Derek who had fled through the
Billy.
woods that night wasn't the same
Stevie,
one who
no.
unlocked his apartment door 3 days later. I stepped inside, dropped my keys on the counter, and stood motionless in the middle of my living room.
Man,
The silence felt wrong.
I wish I was a
Billy
worm.
should have been there, nails clicking on the hardwood, tail thumping against the furniture
I could
as he
eat
circled me and greeted me.
anything and I'll never get
Billy was
fat.
Just
Cut
like
off my
Stevie.
head and I'll
The first
still
few
be
nights
the
of the
wiggler.
I couldn't sleep for more than 20 minutes before jerking awake, convinced I heard twigs snapping outside my window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, but logic didn't matter anymore. I kept the blinds closed tight and bought extra locks for my door. When I did sleep, I saw Stevie, always Stevie, being dragged backward into the trees, his eyes locked on mine, his voice calling my name. The dreams were so vivid I could smell the pine needles and feel the cool night air on my skin. Help me.
Wigla.
Don't let them take... I'd wake up screaming, sheets soaked with sweat, my throat raw. Then I'd sit in the corner of my bedroom until dawn, back pressed against the wall, staring at the door. After 2 weeks of this, I made the call. East Valley Mental Health, how can I direct your call? A receptionist asked. I need to see someone, I said. My voice sounded strange in my ears, hoarse from disuse. A therapist for trauma. That's how I met Jacqueline Fry. She had an office downtown with soft lighting and plants in the corners.
Oh, this story
Plants
just
I
keeps
couldn't look at
going.
because they reminded me of the forest.
Like a movie-length
During
story.
the first session, I sat rigid in the chair.
Didn't know
across from
you
her
were
desk,
proficient at
my
drawing.
hands
Yeah,
gripping
I
the
dabble.
armrests. Tell me why you're here, Dad.
I do a widow drawing.
I opened my mouth, closed it, tried again. My friend was taking
Look, he's a
while we were
word.
camping. I ran away. Jacqueline nodded,
Doing!
waiting for more. The police don't believe me.
Great bait.
They think I did something to him, or that I
Every time
hallucinated
you
the whole
bait
thing.
someone
what
and
do
you
think
troll,
happened? She asked.
you should use this.
I looked at her then,
It's
really looked at her. I
gonna
know
be a
what
great
happened.
reaction.
I saw it,
Get baited.
but I can't make anyone believe me. That
Great
first
bait,
session,
mate.
I couldn't bring myself to describe the figures, how they moved wrong, how they surrounded our camp, how one had somehow gotten inside our tent without making a sound. I just told her about Stevie being dragged away while I stood frozen, then ran in the opposite direction. I left him, I said, my voice breaking.
Literally a worm.
He called my name, and I just ran. For months, I went to Jacqueline's office twice a week. Sometimes we'd make progress. I'd managed to talk about pieces of that night. The sounds we'd heard the first evening.
Why does this
the figure watching
spark
our
so
camp,
much
Stevie
joy in
firing
me?
a flare.
It's so
Other
stupid.
days, I'd sit in silence for the entire hour, unable to form words around
Okay.
the horror. You're experiencing severe post-traumatic stress, Jacqueline told me during our 4th month of sessions. Your mind is trying to process something it wasn't prepared for. But it really happened, I insisted. I'm not making it up. I'm not saying you are, she replied carefully. I'm saying that trauma changes how we remember things. It fragments memories, makes them more
Classic
intense in
Canadian
some ways and less
healthcare.
clear in others. I knew what she was doing. She was trying to give me an out, a way to reconcile what I saw with what everyone else believed was possible. But I couldn't take it. Not when I could still hear Stevie's voice in my head every
He's
night.
literally you, man.
The guilt was the
It's
worst
you.
part.
That's my
Not
homie.
just that I'd run,
That's my
but that
dog.
in those final moments,
My road dog.
Stevie had looked at me like I was his only hope. Like he believed, even as those things dragged him away, that I would somehow save him. That everything would be okay because we
Right,
were
how does
friends,
this go?
and friends don't abandon each other. But I had. I lost my job 6 months after the incident. I'd been back teaching for
Bro.
less than a month when it happened.
Life is just
I
falling
took
apart.
the juniors on a field trip to Riverside Park. Just a normal day studying
Grim.
local history.
Green.
But as we walked along the path that bordered the woods, I froze.
He's just so
My
happy.
vision tunneled, and suddenly I wasn't in
Oh,
the
to
park
be a
anymore.
worm.
I was back at Mirror Lake watching dark shapes emerge from between the trees. A student touched my arm asking if I was okay, and I screamed. Just screamed right there in front of 27 teenagers and 2 other teachers. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, clawing at the ground like I was trying to crawl away from something. The principal was understanding, but firm. I needed more time to recover. They'd hold my position for the rest of the school year, but I should focus on getting better. I didn't tell him I was never going to get better. That whatever had happened that night had broken something in me that couldn't be fixed. Have you considered that your guilt might be preventing you from healing?
Wham.
Jacqueline asked during one session.
Wham, wham.
I stared at the floor. What do you mean? You blame yourself for not saving Stevie, for running away. But Derek...
Fuck Stevie, what about the dog?
There were multiple attackers.
Who cares
You were
about
outnumbered.
Stevie?
What could you realistically have done?
Fuck you, Stevie.
Something. I
Billy!
would it? If you had stayed, we might be talking about 2 missing persons instead of 1.
Just do random.
But her logical arguments couldn't touch the core of my guilt. Because it wasn't just about what I did or didn't do that night. It was about the absolute certainty I saw there that I would help him. That I wouldn't leave him. That I betrayed that trust in the most fundamental way possible. I couldn't go into the woods anymore.
So
Not
silly.
even parks with too many trees.
I'm sure Billy is out there
avoided nature
saving
documentaries,
everything and
camping
it'll be
supply stores,
okay. And then
even the
one
nature
day
section of
he's
the
going to be, I don't know, homeless because he
Anything
went
that
crazy. And
reminded me
then
of what I'd lost.
Billy and Stevie are
Not
going
just
to
Stevie,
come out of the
but
forest
my
and be
entire
like,
sense of
we were
safety
alive the
in the
whole
world.
time. And they'll be
Billy's
like, oh my
disappearance was another
God.
wound that wouldn't heal. I'd heard him bark once after I fled, then nothing. The police never found any trace of him. No,
No,
car,
it's
no
Ontario,
tags, no
man.
remains.
Cops
It was
ain't
like
looking for
he
no
was
fucking dog.
Sometimes I wondered if they'd
You're the
taken him too,
laziest police
or
force
if
known to
they'd simply
man.
killed him for trying to protect
Fuck
us.
the OPP.
Either way, I had failed him just as I had failed Stevie.
Joey.
At night, I'd find myself talking to Billy.
Yeah, the
curled
worm.
up at the foot of my bed.
The worm.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'd whisper into the darkness.
Oh my
I'm
God.
so sorry I left you both.
Let's
1 year after
go.
the incident, exactly 1 year to the day, I received a package.
Don't let me have
It
free
was waiting
will.
outside
Something
my
stupid will
apartment door when I came
happen.
home
That's
from
what we learned
therapy.
today. Ba 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 ba
A
ba
small
ba ba
brown
ba.
box with no return address, just my name and address
Kitsura
printed in block letters.
Frankenstein.
No postmark either, which meant someone had delivered it by hand. I stared at it for a long time before picking it up. It was lightweight, maybe half a pound at most. I brought it inside,
Because she's got
placed it on my
little
kitchen
fox
counter,
slippers.
and just looked at it.
Wow.
Part of me didn't want to open it.
So kawaii
Part of
desu.
me already knew what I would find. Finally, I cut the tape with a knife and folded back the cardboard flaps. Inside, nestled
Hold back
in
my
crumpled
flaps.
newspaper, was
What?
Stevie's camera. The same one he'd been using at Eagle Point the day before he was taken. The one the police
You're
said they
welcome,
found
Pookie
untouched
Bear.
in his sleeping bag. But this wasn't untouched. The casing was
Alright.
cracked, the lens shattered,
Frankenstein Kitsura.
like it had been stepped on or thrown against something hard.
Hmm.
I picked it up with trembling hands,
It's like the
turning it
arm
over.
out thingy.
The memory card slot was intact, and the small plastic card was still inside. My laptop was on the coffee table. I sat down, inserted the card into the reader, and waited while the computer recognized the device. A folder opened automatically, displaying a single file, one photo. I hesitated, cursor hovering over the icon. Did I want to see this? Did I want confirmation of what I already knew? But I had to know, had to see. I double-clicked. The image filled my screen. It was dark, blurry, obviously taken at night without proper settings, but I could make out our tent, illuminated faintly from within by Stevie's flashlight, and surrounding it, just as I had described to the police, to Stevie's parents, to Jacqueline.
Jacqueline.
Tall, thin figures in dark clothing.
Sit.
They stood in a circle around our tent, their proportions
Jacqueline.
wrong, their postures unnaturally still. I pressed my hand against my mouth, tears streaming down my face. Here it was.
Frankenstein has
What I had seen
bolts.
was real.
Really?
What had happened to Stevie was real.
Little bolts coming out of the
The
side.
timestamp in the corner of the image showed 12:17 a.m., about 10 minutes before I had awakened to find one of them inside our tent.
Frankenstein.
Stevie must have heard
Probably like
something,
tattered clothes,
taken the photo quickly without leaving the tent.
electricity.
I stared at the image until my eyes burned, memorizing every detail. Then I saved a copy to my hard drive, emailed it to myself, and uploaded it to 3 different cloud storage accounts. No one was going to make this disappear. Tomorrow I would take it to the police, to Detective Singh and Detective Burns, to Stevie's parents.
I like
I
her
would
weird
show
little
them all that I
pigtails.
hadn't been lying or
You
hallucinate.
know, they're just like...
That something had taken Stevie that night, something that shouldn't exist but did. But tonight I just sat with the truth I'd always known. The figures were real. They had taken Stevie. And somehow,
And Billy.
a year later, they had returned his camera to me,
And Billy.
which meant they knew exactly where I lived.
I pulled my truck into the small
a
gravel
new
lot
one.
of the Montana
Which one's this was
Wilderness
called?
Station, ready for my second.
This sounds
day
like a
as
human,
park
too.
Ranger. The morning
There
air
are
felt
rules
crisp
in
against my
Montana's
face as I
wilderness.
stepped
If
out,
you break them, you
looking
will
around
not
at the thick
survive.
forest surrounding the outpost.
Park
After
Ranger.
yesterday's basic
Okay, so this is
orientation,
National
I
Park.
was eager to get into the real
National
work.
Park Horror
Alvin was
Story.
already waiting for
You should
me
have
on the
posted it on
station's wooden
X.
porch, his weathered
The
face
video?
serious
Yeah, I'd like
beneath
to
his
see that.
ranger hat. He'd been friendly enough yesterday during my initial tour, but today something about his expression seemed more grave. "Morning," I called, walking toward him. He nodded once, then reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Before we start today, I need you to read this. Memorize it." I took the paper, unfolding it to find a typed list with the header "Forest Rules" at the top. There were 6 items, each one stranger than the last. 1. Never leave marked trails after sunset.
What do you mean
2.
marked
If you hear
trails?
crying in the forest, do not investigate. 3.
Well, no
If
wonder
you
why
hear
people
your
go
name
fucking
called,
missing all the
respond
time.
only if you can see who's calling. 4. Avoid anyone standing alone and motionless in the distance. 5. If you find yourself being watched, maintain eye contact while backing away.
Oh, it's like an
6.
SCP.
If anything follows you, get to a well-lit area immediately. I looked up at Alvin, half smiling, waiting for
Alvin?
him to tell me this was some kind of joke they played on new rangers. His expression hadn't changed. "This seems a bit paranoid, don't you think?" I asked, waving the paper.
Sure, if
Alvin's
the
eyes
rules
narrowed
exist,
slightly.
it's for a reason.
"Those rules aren't suggestions, Jeremy. They're essential for survival out here."
Yeah,
I
Jeremy.
folded the paper, still not taking it seriously. Survival from what? Bears? Mountain lions? From things worse than that. Alvin's voice dropped lower. "We've lost rangers who didn't take these seriously. Good people who thought they knew better." Something in his tone made me uncomfortable. I'd expected talk about wildlife safety, weather precautions, maybe search and rescue protocols, not cryptic warnings about crying in the forest. "Like who?" I asked. "Tom Reeves, 4 years back. Heard someone calling his name while on night patrol.
Oh, the
Went to check it
Wendigo.
out. Radio went dead 10 minutes later. Search teams found his flashlight, but never found him." Alvin looked directly into my eyes. "And he's not
Alvin
the only one.
Psyop.
Keep that list
Alvin
with you.
and the
Swallow
Psyops.
it." I tucked the paper into my pocket, not entirely convinced, but not willing to argue. "Okay. Good. Now let's get you familiar with the patrol routes." Alvin started walking toward one of the trailheads, clearly considering the matter settled. We spent the next several hours hiking along various marked paths that wound through the dense forest. Alvin pointed out landmarks, a distinctive rock formation, a lightning-struck tree, a small stream crossing, and explained standard procedures for dealing with hikers, checking permits, and handling common
I
situations.
need to look up Frankenstein
I paid
costumes
attention,
real
but
quick. I
part of
don't know
my
what I'm
mind
doing.
kept wandering back
Other
to
than
that
the
strange list.
the bolts on the
more
head, I'm
walked,
not sure how
the
to
more I
Frankenstein
noticed
this
something
shit up.
odd. Alvin
Maybe
never
stitches?
once stepped off the marked trail, not even when it would have been easier to take a shortcut. When we came to a fallen tree blocking our path, he carefully climbed over it rather than walking a few feet into the underbrush to go around. "We always stay on the
Like
trail,"
this
he said,
big
catching
metal
my questioning
staple
look.
type stitches.
"Always." By late afternoon, we'd covered most of the southern patrol routes, and Alvin seemed satisfied
Lightning,
with
I
my
guess.
grasp of the basics. He walked me back to my cabin,
How do you draw
small
lightning bolts
rustic
again?
structure about a quarter-mile from the main station, and reminded me to review my notes before tomorrow's shift.
Does that look
"And
right?
Jeremy," he added, pausing at the bottom of
Hmm.
my porch steps, "remember those
Hmm.
rules, especially after dark." I nodded, more to appease him than anything else, and watched him walk back toward his own cabin further up the path. Once inside, I unpacked the lunch supplies I'd brought along and made myself a simple dinner. The cabin was basic but comfortable enough. A main room with a small kitchenette, a bedroom, and a bathroom with a shower that produced lukewarm water at best. As evening settled in, I sat at the small wooden table reviewing my notes from the day. The folded rules paper sat next to my notebook, and eventually I picked it up again, rereading each item. In the growing darkness of the cabin, with the forest pressing close outside my windows, the rules seemed less ridiculous than they had in the morning light. I told myself I was just getting caught up in Alvin's intensity. The man had been out here for decades. It made sense he'd developed some superstitions. Still, there was something about the specificity of the rules that unsettled me. By 10 o'clock, fatigue from the long hike had caught up with me. I tucked the rules into my uniform pocket, turned off the lights, and went to bed, listening to the normal sounds of the forest, wind in the trees, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I drifted off to sleep easily enough, but at what my watch later showed was 2 in the morning, I jolted awake. A sound had cut through my sleep, a woman crying. The sound came from somewhere in the forest beyond my cabin, clear and unmistakable. My first instinct was to get up and check if someone needed help. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and reached for my flashlight on the nightstand. As I stood up, the second rule from Alvin's list suddenly flashed in my mind. If you hear crying in the forest, do not investigate. I hesitated, flashlight in hand. The crying continued, sounding desperate and pained. What if someone was really hurt out there? What kind of ranger would I be if I ignored a person in distress? I pulled on my boots and jacket, grabbed my radio, and stepped out onto my cabin porch. The night was clear and cold, with a nearly full moon casting silver light across the clearing. The crying seemed to be coming from the tree line about 50 yards away. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet night. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The crying abruptly stopped. The sudden silence felt wrong. The entire forest seemed to hold its breath. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing. Just complete stillness. Then I remembered another of Alvin's rules, the one about hiding and staying quiet if anything unusual happened. A chill ran down my back that had nothing to do with the cold night air. I backed up slowly toward my door, trying not to make any sudden movements. Once inside, I locked the door, then moved quickly through the cabin, making sure all the windows were secured. I turned off every light, then sat in the darkness of my bedroom, radio clutched in my hand, listening. For several long minutes, there was nothing. Then I heard it, footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps. These were bipedal, deliberate, circling my cabin slowly. They moved from the front porch around to the side, pausing near each window as if looking in. My heart hammered in my chest as I sat perfectly still in the dark. I wanted to call Alvin on the radio, but was afraid any noise might attract attention. The footsteps continued their circuit of my cabin, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down, but always maintaining that deliberate pattern. This continued for what felt like forever, but was probably about an hour according to my watch. Finally, the footsteps began to fade, moving away from the cabin and back toward the forest. Even after I could no longer hear them, I remained frozen in place, afraid that any movement might bring them back. I stayed that way until the first gray light of dawn began to filter through my window blinds. Only then did I allow myself to move, muscles stiff from sitting tensely for hours. I cautiously peeked through the blinds to see the forest looking perfectly normal in the early morning light. With the radio still gripped in my hand, I waited another half hour before finally unlocking my door and stepping outside. The morning air was cold and clear, birds were singing, and there was no sign that anything unusual had happened during the night. But as I looked down at the ground around my cabin, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the soft earth, there were footprints circling my cabin, human-sized, but somehow wrong in a way I couldn't immediately identify. I stood on my porch, staring at those prints and thinking about Alvin's rules. Suddenly, they didn't seem paranoid at all. I met Alvin at the station the next morning, his face showing the kind of weariness that comes from years of knowing too much. His eyes narrowed as I approached, taking in my own tired appearance. "Rough night?" he asked, leaning against the wooden railing of the station's porch. "Yeah," I said, the memory of those footsteps still fresh in my mind. "I heard something last night, a woman crying in the forest behind my cabin." Alvin straightened up immediately, his exhaustion giving way to sharp attention. "What did you do?" "I almost went to check," I admitted, "but I remembered the rules. I called out from my porch, and the crying stopped right away. Complete silence. Then I went back inside, locked everything up, turned off all the lights." "And then?" Alvin's voice was tight, urgent. "Footsteps, walking around my cabin for about an hour. Whatever it was stopped at each window like it was looking in." Alvin let out a long breath and nodded. "You did exactly right. Exactly right." He ran a hand
Are you
through
forbidden
his
from
gray
speaking
streaked
about
hair.
them? I have a little
"Not
booklet
crying.
of Res stories.
It's a lure, Jeremy, like a fishing line cast out to see what it can catch."
The first
"A
time
lure
I
for
ever
what?"
smoked
I
weed
asked.
was on the
"That's the
cliff.
question, isn't it?"
Should I
Alvin
mute
looked toward
this
the
story?
tree line, his expression
I'll let the
grim.
story finish.
"All I know is that rangers who follow that sound don't come back. Maggie Weber was one of them 2 years ago. Experienced ranger, knew these woods better than almost
remind me
anyone.
later. I'll
She
wait
heard
for this
crying
to be
one
over.
night while closing up a remote
Give
trail
you a Res
station.
story.
Radioed in that she was going to check it out. That was the last anyone heard from her. I thought about the
I have a
footprints I'd
couple.
seen that
I grew
morning.
up
Human-sized, but
about
somehow
4
wrong.
hours away
The prints
from
around
a city.
my cabin. Best
the middle
not
of
to look
nowhere.
too close at those, Alvin cut in. "Just know you made the right choice. You're still here." The weeks that followed tested that choice again and again. The forest seemed to have noticed me, and it kept trying different ways to get my attention. During my 3rd week, I was walking the Eastern Trail, checking markers and clearing small debris. The path curved around a large boulder, and as I rounded it, I saw a man standing about 30 feet off the trail. He was completely still, facing directly toward the path. Something about his posture made my skin crawl. Too rigid, too patient. Rule 4 flashed through my mind. Avoid anyone standing alone and motionless in the distance. I kept walking, maintaining my pace, not looking directly at him, but keeping him in my peripheral vision. He didn't move, didn't call out, just stood watching as I passed. I felt his gaze tracking me for the next quarter mile, boring into my back like a physical weight, though when I finally risked a glance behind me, the trail was empty. A few days later, I was checking camping permits near the lake area when I heard it. My sister's voice, clear as day, calling from somewhere deep among the trees. "Jeremy? Jeremy, is that you?" I froze. It sounded exactly like Sarah. The same pitch, the same slight Chicago accent she'd picked up after living there for years. "Jeremy, I think I'm lost. Can you hear me? Please help." The voice grew more desperate, more
They
frightened.
get their
My
imitations
hand
from your
tightened around my
memories
radio
because
as
they
I
are
remembered
psychic.
Rule 3. If you hear your name
The
called,
Wendigo.
respond only if you can see who's calling. I couldn't see anyone in the dense forest where the voice came from. Just trees and shadows in the narrow trail I stood on. "Jeremy, please, I'm hurt. I need help." Every instinct told me to go to her, to help my sister, but it wasn't Sarah. It couldn't be Sarah. She was in Chicago, hundreds of miles away. This was something else using her voice like a tool. I turned and walked in the opposite direction, staying firmly on the main path. The voice followed me for almost half a mile, growing increasingly frantic, then angry, before finally fading away. That night, I called Sarah on my cell phone from the safety of my cabin, just to hear her real voice. We talked about normal things, her job, our parents, a movie she'd seen. I didn't tell her about what had happened. How could I explain that something in these woods had stolen her voice?
I might stop soon because my wrist is really starting to hurt. I'm gonna throw on a brace and see if that helps.
Alvin had been so insistent about the rules. They weren't paranoid superstitions or campfire stories meant to
You know how
scare
shitty
new
my hands are.
rangers.
It's so
They
frustrating.
were survival guidelines, written in the blood
Double up.
and disappearances of those who came
Thumb
before me.
support and wrist
Each
support.
strange encounter reinforced
My
their
hand gets so
importance.
sweaty when I have
I
to
saw
wear like
figures
3.
watching from between trees
I already have
during
my
twilight
compressors
patrols.
on. I just need
I
more,
heard
dude.
my name called in voices that sounded like
I
friends.
feel my pinky and my
family,
thumb giving
even
out.
Alvin himself when I knew he was miles away.
My
at the
wrist
main
is
station.
not very strong.
I found a trail of small personal
Double it.
items. A watch, a pocket knife.
You
a
better
hair
be
clip,
sorry. It's all
leading
your
off the
fault.
path into a particularly
kidding.
dense section of
No, I have
forest.
rheumatoid,
Like
so it
breadcrumbs
just
meant
kind
to
of
be followed.
happens.
I reported everything to Alvin.
And then sometimes
He
it
listened
stays
with
that way
grave
forever, and
nods, but
sometimes
few
it goes
comments
away in like
beyond.
a day or
Written
two.
and well. Keep
Uh,
following the rules.
The longest
After
was
a
like
month in
3
the
months.
forest,
I thought it
no
was
longer
permanent,
questioned
and then
the
it
rules' necessity. I'd
let
seen
up.
enough to know they were the thin line between survival and whatever
Y'all had
fate
stitches
had
on the
befallen
sweater,
Maggie
too.
Weber, Tom Reeves, and who knew how many others who'd been taken in by the forest deceptions. The crying woman never returned to my cabin, but sometimes on night shifts, I'd hear her distant sobs from various parts of the forest. I learned to ignore it, just as I learned to ignore the voices calling my name, the figures standing motionless among the trees, and the strange tracks that occasionally appeared on the edges of marked trails. This wasn't just wilderness, it was something else entirely, something that watched and waited and tested. And the rules were our only defense against whatever lived here long before humans came with
he
their
created
trails and
more
cabins
hours
and
so he
illusion
can
of
draw
control.
longer.
I spotted it during my 3rd week at the station. I had been hiking.
You work
back
so
and
hard,
checking the
Joey.
eastern boundary markers, my boots crunching
I wish
over
I
the
could be
pine
that
needles
efficient.
that carpeted the trail. The sun had started its slow descent behind the mountains.
I'm actually recovering,
casting long
though.
shadows through the trees.
The reason why I stopped
My
drawing for a
mind was
couple
on
weeks
dinner
was
and
because
the
my wrist
report
was
I
being
needed
really
to file
ass.
when I got back. That's when I saw it.
The
At
braces
first, I
are
thought
seeming
it was
to
just
help.
another tree trunk, something my tired
Time to get a new
eyes had
wrist.
misinterpreted
Wrist.
in the dappled late afternoon
I actually
light.
qualify for joint
But then it
replacement
moved,
surgeries
just slightly,
if they lock
shifting its weight
completely,
from
which
one
is
side to another. About 30 yards off
give
the
it
trail,
give it 10 years, I'll
partially
have
hidden behind thick pine,
a bionic
stood a figure
shoulder or
watching me.
something.
It looked human-shaped, but wrong in ways that made my skin crawl.
I'm
It
human
was
shaped
too
but wrong in
tall,
ways that
at
make your
least
skin
7
crawl.
feet, with limbs that seemed too long and angular for its frame. I froze mid-step,
Just like me,
my
for
heart
real.
rate picking up as I stared at the thing. Rule 6 flashed through my mind. If anything follows you, get to a well-lit area immediately. But I wasn't being followed yet. I was being watched. And there was
Yeah.
another part of Alvin's training
Because
that
for a
applied
while
here.
there, the
When I'd
rain
asked him
and
what to do if
the
I
weather
saw something watching
changes.
me, he'd been clear. Maintain eye contact
My
while
disease is a
backing
pain
away.
in the ass.
So that's what I did. I locked my eyes on what I could see of the figure and began
just mostly
slowly
played
stepping
games for
backward down
stream.
the trail, keeping my movement steady and deliberate.
I'm still a
I
little
didn't turn
behind
around.
on
I
my
didn't run.
commissions.
I just maintained that.
But I'm to the point where I could
uncomfortable stare
comfortably
while
take
creating
more
distance. The figure stayed
without
motionless
feeling
for several
overwhelmed.
seconds. Then it did something that made
I always
my
feel
mouth go
guilty.
dry.
Like
It
everyone who
stepped
buys
forward
art
from
from me
behind the tree,
knows
fully
my
revealing
condition. It's
itself.
just
Its skin was
I can't
pale,
help but,
almost translucent,
you know,
stretched tight over a frame that
be a
seemed
bitch
more like
to
a rough
myself.
sketch of a human than the real thing.
no,
But
no.
it was
You
the way
see,
it
I don't
moved
like her
that
very
disturbed
much.
me most. Its joints bent in directions they shouldn't,
Kind of
as
an
if its
asshole to
knees
her
and
all the
elbows
time.
could flex backward and forward with equal ease. Its head tilted at an angle that would snap a normal person's neck. I kept backing up, one careful step after another. The thing mirrored me, moving forward whenever I moved backward, maintaining the exact same distance between us. It never blinked. I couldn't even tell if it had eyelids, and its gaze never wavered from mine. This bizarre standoff continued for what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 10 minutes. My calves burned from walking backward uphill,
Kind of like that better.
and my
It's
eyes
more
watered from
spooky.
refusing to blink. But I didn't dare look away or turn my back. The creature matched my pace precisely, never gaining ground but never giving any up either. Eventually, I felt the trail curve behind me as I reached a bend. The figure stopped at the edge of its side of the curve, its head cocking at an impossible angle, as if curious about what I would do next. Only when I was certain the bend in the trail would block its line of sight did I finally break eye contact. I turned and ran, moving as fast as I could without tripping over roots or rocks, not slowing until the ranger station came into view.
I have a metal water bottle if you ever wonder what that is. It's really close to my pen. It's probably stupid. I'm going to move that away from the electronics.
With a raised eyebrow.
Have the lid off.
You look like you've seen a ghost, he said, setting down his pen. Between gulps of air, I told him everything.
A little stretch.
The figure, its unnatural movements, the standoff, and my retreat. Alvin listened without interrupting, his weathered face growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "You met one of the Watchers," he said, his voice matter of fact. "They usually test new rangers around the 3rd or 4th week. You did good, kid. Real good."
The Watchers.
"What do you mean, test?" I asked, dropping into a chair across from him. "What the hell was that thing?" Alvin sighed, rubbing his hand over his face. "They watch. They wait. They see if you'll break the rules." He looked at me directly. "If you'd run right away or turned your back, it would have followed you. And trust me, you don't want that." "But what are they?" I pressed. "Are they some kind of... I don't even
Dinner's
know what
ready.
to call them. Mutants? Aliens?" Alvin shook his head, a small humorless laugh escaping him. "You think I know? Nobody knows."
Wankin'
He leaned back in
Kitura.
his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. "All I know is they've been in these woods a hell of a lot longer than we have. The Native Americans who lived here had stories about them. The first European trappers had stories too."
The
He paused,
Watchers.
looking out the window.
Another
at the
very
darkening
real
forest.
story.
"I've been here 23 years, Jeremy. 23 years of following those rules. I'm still here because I never broke them.
I think I
not
might
once."
stop after this one. My
I
hand
sat
is fucking
there,
killing
letting
me.
his words sink in.
6.
Until
That's
that
close to
moment,
last
part of me had
time.
still
And I
been
didn't get
clinging to
everyone, so I
rational
feel kind of bad.
explanations, rare animals,
But I mean...
optical illusions, maybe even
that's
some
good, right?
elaborate hazing
It's supposed to be
ritual
like
from the
a
Rangers.
lottery.
But seeing that thing, with its impossible movements and dead eyes...
No is in
had
demand.
shattered
Maybe
those comfortable delusions.
Gulag was onto
So
something.
the rules, I started, are what keep us alive, Alvin finished for me. They're not suggestions. They're not paranoid precautions. They're survival. I nodded, understanding completely for the first time. The forest I'd been
I'm
hired to
very,
protect was hiding things
surprised so
far
many people
stranger
wanted
and more dangerous
a doodle.
than bears or mountain lions. And Alvin, with his gruff manner
Quite
and insistence
frankly.
on following seemingly arbitrary rules,
I mean,
wasn't
free art
paranoid.
is
He was experienced. I
you know?
get it now. I
Maybe
said
I'll tell you
quietly.
guys some
Good, he
some
replied,
Indian. You guys
because
want
that
some
watcher, it knows your face
Indian
now.
horror
It'll
stories?
remember you. As
I
darkness
can go
fell
get my
outside the
my
station
spooky
windows,
creature book.
I thought about the pale figure in the woods, with its unblinking stare and limbs that bent the wrong way. I thought about how it had matched my movements exactly, never gaining ground, but never giving any up either. The rules made sense now. They weren't just rules. They were a map for navigating a wilderness that contained things science couldn't explain and common sense couldn't predict. And Alvin, with his 23 years of experience, had handed me that map on my first day. I was lucky he had. I grew more comfortable with the forest's
Maybe
rules
I'll make it
as
like,
autumn settled over the mountains. What had
Purpley.
once seemed paranoid superstitions now
right.
felt like second nature, a
Slightly
survival
different
instinct
color.
as basic as breathing. The golden aspens and red maples created a beautiful
Yellowy
display
color.
that masked the dangers I knew lurked between the trees. Tourists commented on the stunning colors, unaware of what watched from those same woods after dark. By early October, I no longer hesitated when confronted with the strange occurrences that peppered my shifts. I'd memorized all 6 rules, reciting them silently each morning before leaving my
I'm glad you guys like my kind of Indian.
Mysterious guidelines had become my lifeline.
Actually,
Each
it's
one
pronounced
written in the
Injun.
invisible blood of those who'd broken them. Ranger Wallace, a middle-aged man in a North Face jacket, approached the station counter, his wife and 2 children standing behind him. We heard something strange at our campsite last night. Sounded like children laughing, but it was around midnight. Our kids were asleep in the tent with us.
Oh yeah, I
felt
was
my
gonna do
shoulders
some.
tense. Which campsite
He's
are you
on
at?
here like me.
Pinewood Loop, Site 14. You need to move. Today. I pulled out the campsite map and circled an alternative location with my pen. Riverfront sites 23 through 28 are open. Choose any of those. The man blinked, clearly taken aback by my directness. But we've already set up everything. Is it
Too
really
bad.
necessary to... Yes. I met his eyes directly. It's necessary. His wife stepped forward. Is there some kind of danger we should know about? I considered my words carefully. Alvin had taught me how to handle these situations. Be firm without causing panic. We've had reports of increased wildlife activity in that area. For your family's safety, I strongly recommend relocating. They exchanged concerned glances, but nodded. As they left, I watched through the window as they loaded their children into their SUV. Another family saved without ever knowing what they'd been saved from. Later that week, a group of hikers spread a map across the information desk, pointing to a dotted line that cut across an unmarked section of the forest. The guidebook mentions this old logging trail as a shortcut to Eagle Peak, a bearded man in his 20s said. Cuts about 3 miles off the journey. Is it still passable? I
Oh,
shook my
Alex,
head
yeah.
Immediately.
He was one of the earlier ones. I made her a little angel.
It's not maintained and extremely dangerous.
We're just finishing up, and
I
then I'm
traced my
gonna
finger along the marked
share
path
some of my
instead.
culture's
This is the only approved route to Eagle Peak.
monster
But it
stories
adds
and
hours
maybe
to
a
the
few
hike, his
personal
friend protested.
spooky
The
res
approved
things
trail
that
is
I
the only
have
safe option, I
experienced
said,
growing
my
up.
tone leaving no room for debate.
Living,
If
all
you
these
attempt to
stories today
use
have been
unmarked
about the
paths,
forest.
especially after sunset,
Unsettling
we cannot
events
guarantee
in
your
the
safety
forest.
or a timely rescue if something goes wrong. The word sunset seemed to register with them. They reluctantly agreed to take the longer route, though I noticed them whispering to each other as they left. I hoped
Whispering.
they'd heed my warning. The alternative
Whispering.
didn't bear thinking about. As October progressed, the days grew
Whee!
shorter and the
Oh, you want to
nights
see
longer.
Leaflet up close?
The
There she
forest
is.
seemed more active
Dun,
after
dun,
dark, as though
dun,
the
dun,
creatures
dun,
gained
dun,
strength
dun,
from the
dun.
lengthening shadows. I'd grown accustomed to the occasional crying in the distance, or the glimpses of tall, unnaturally thin figures standing motionless among the trees during twilight patrols. They no longer frightened me. Respect had replaced fear. One evening, just as the sun dipped below the mountains, I was closing up the station alone. Alvin had left early for a meeting with the district
Yeah, I've been
supervisor,
camping.
and I'd volunteered to handle the final lockup. I'd just finished
Used to
filing
do
the
this
day's
thing
incident
called the
reports
Powwow
and was doing the
Trail,
final sweep of the
where I'd
building when I
spend
heard it.
entire
Jeremy,
summers
Jeremy, help us.
doing competition
My father's
powwows
voice, clear as day,
and
came
sleeping
from
on the
forest
ground in a
edge beyond
tent.
the parking lot.
Ah,
I froze.
I'm
Key
glad
in
you
the
like
front
it.
door lock. It was a perfect imitation.
What do you think about the other ones, though, huh? What about Joey as a worm?
Jeremy, please, we're lost, and your mom is hurt. The voice cracked with emotion, sounding genuinely desperate. Then my mother's voice joined in, pained and frightened. Jeremy, honey, I fell. I think my leg is broken. We can't find the trail.
Oh, she's
Key
got
in the
little
lock
bean
with
eyebrows
deliberate
too.
calm,
Yes, bean
refusing to
eyebrow
look toward the
nation.
voices. This wasn't the first time they'd tried using family members' voices.
Bean brows
but
on
never
top.
more than one at a time.
One
This
day
was
I will
new.
have my own model,
Sure.
and you
Thank
will
God, man.
you will be able to
We
see
came
the
to
glory
surprise
that
you,
is
but
my
got
little
turned around when it
beans.
got dark. Xavier's
My
voice
little
now, with his
beans.
distinctive New York inflection, and the nickname only he used. Your parents are in bad shape. We need help right now. I pulled the key from the lock and pocketed it, still not looking toward the tree line. My hands were steady as I checked that all windows were secure. The security lights kicked on automatically as darkness fell, illuminating the parking lot in
Get rid of
harsh
that so
fluorescent
I
light.
don't have to
Jeremy, please.
fuck with
It's
the
Beverly.
lines.
I know things ended badly between us, but I'm scared.
Damn, they're
There's
really
something
trying
out here
him
with us.
now.
My ex-girlfriend's voice trembled with fear, sounding exactly like her. I just wanted to talk to you, to apologize. 4 voices I knew intimately, all calling from the same section of forest. I knew without checking that my parents were safe in their suburban Chicago home. Xavier was in New York City working on his architecture firm's latest project. Beverly had moved to Seattle after our breakup. None of them were here. I walked to my truck, keys in hand, moving at a normal pace. Not
And a
rushing,
medium
not dawdling, just walking as if I heard nothing at all. Jeremy, son, please don't leave us out here. My father's
Jeremy,
voice
son!
grew frantic. Something's following us. We came all this way to see you, my mother's voice sobbed. Why are you ignoring us? I unlocked my truck.
This is Widow
climbed in,
Frankenstein.
and started the engine without looking back. Only when I put the vehicle in reverse did I glance in my rearview mirror. They stood at the edge of the forest where the security light's reach ended. 4 figures arranged in a loose semicircle. In the dim light, they might have passed for human from a distance, but their proportions were wrong. Limbs
I don't know what
long,
lightning's
joints
supposed to look
bending
like.
at impossible
That one
angles.
looks more like
They
lightning
swayed
than this one
slightly,
does.
like trees in a gentle
Ooh.
breeze, though the air was still. As I backed up, they stepped forward in
Yes.
perfect unison, maintaining their formation. The voices continued, overlapping now
Zappa,
like the
zappa.
cacophony of familiar pleas. Jeremy,
Yeah,
don't leave us.
I use booth
Son,
models,
please.
usually
Jeremy,
ones
what the
that
hell,
cost
man?
less than
Jeremy, I
$8.
still love you.
All the models that I have are all modified.
Watching in
Cheaper
my mirror
ones.
as the figures began moving toward my truck with unnatural speed, still calling out in the voices of my loved ones. Their movements were jerky.
Who's
like
Joey
stop-motion
Chan?
Animation played at the wrong speed. They reached the edge of the parking lot just as I accelerated.
Wait,
onto
am I
the
missing
access
Joey
road.
lore? Who's Joey
The
Chan?
voices followed
Is
me.
it the schoolgirl
Somehow, despite
Joey that
my
I drew
increasing
a
speed,
couple months
they
ago?
maintained their volume as if the speakers were right
With the
outside my
boxers?
windows. I kept my eyes on the road, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Mile after mile, the voices
Hands
continued
gripping my
their pleas,
dick tightly.
growing increasingly
I need to fucking
angry
shut
and
up.
threatening when I didn't respond.
Kitsuna, baby!
You're leaving us to die, Xavier's
Yeah.
voice
Oop.
snarled.
Eh?
After everything we've done for you, my father's voice said, now cold and accusatory. I thought you loved me, Beverly's voice whispered directly in
Yeah,
my ear,
baby!
though I was alone in the truck.
Kitsuna!
Only when I reached the highway
Woo!
junction, where
We did it.
streetlights lined
I'm
the road
fucking
and other
done. I
cars
did
passed
5.
regularly, did the voices
What made me think I
finally
did
fade.
6?
The silence that followed felt like a physical relief, as though a weight had
Oh,
been lifted
Joey!
from my chest.
Ah, I did do
I took a
6.
deep breath. my
Joey, you
first full
sneaky
one
little
since
guy.
hearing my father's initial call.
Jigga
My
Jigga
knuckles were
John.
white on
We
the steering wheel.
have
This had been
Han
different from previous
as the Mad
encounters,
Hatter.
more coordinated, more
Leaflet
personal.
as
They'd
an
never used multiple voices
angel.
simultaneously before.
Cody
They never
Cat
followed me
as
so
a
far from the forest.
spooky
The creatures were adapting,
ghost.
learning, trying new tactics. They
Blentilda
wanted me
as a
specifically,
toxic
not just any ranger. They remembered me
zombie.
from previous encounters,
Kitsuna
especially that pale
as
watcher I
a
faced on the trail.
Frankenstein
And they were becoming more
creation.
aggressive
And
in their attempts
Joey!
to lure me into the woods after dark. I drove home to
As
my
a
apartment
bait.
in town, checking my rearview mirror at every turn. The rules had
Yippee,
kept me
yippee, yippee,
alive so
yippee.
far, but I couldn't shake the
We
feeling
did it,
that the
fam.
entities in the forest were
We
evolving
fucking
their
did it,
strategies.
fam.
They were patient predators, willing to try new
As they'd
approaches
say
that
in
always
Toronto.
failed. And tonight
What
had
gwan do
shown me
now?
just
We
how
done it,
convincingly they could
fam.
mimic those I cared about. I had evolved into a ranger
Well,
as
go on,
cautious and
take me own
experienced as
life.
Alvin by winter.
Okay.
The transformation
second.
wasn't sudden, but
Me
gradual.
gwan take me
Like
own
the way
life.
frost creeps
Let me go get
across
that
a
little
window
book.
pane, slowly but completely
Be right back.
changing what was there before.
I'll take
What
these
once
braces
seemed
off
like
because my
paranoid
hands are sweating.
superstition had
Open your
become
mouth and I'll
survival
wring them
instinct.
out into your mouth.
Now I found myself in Alvin's position, responsible
One
for
day, I
training
hope I
seasoned
get
rangers and
enough,
passing
like,
along the 6
Of
critical
a
rules
following
that
to
have
have
kept
somebody
me
draw
alive.
something that
Carl
depraved.
Carpenter stood
Because I always
before
wear
me in the
gloves,
station
just like
office.
wringing out
His
my
ranger
glove sweat.
uniform still crisp and new,
into your
unlike
mouth.
mine, which had been worn into comfortable familiarity
One day.
from months of patrol.
One day I will
He'd
achieve
arrived just
VTuber
yesterday from the
greatness.
Forest Service training program in Missoula.
Tony's
full of
cat
textbook knowledge, but
face
lacking
is
the
funny.
specific education
He's just
this
sped up. I
particular
know,
wilderness
he's
required.
so
So
silly.
let me get this straight, Carl said, adjusting his glasses as he looked down at the sheet of paper I'd handed him. I'm supposed to ignore crying in the forest? And if I hear my name, I shouldn't
And then-
answer unless I can see
Get rid
who's
of my
calling?
pen up.
His tone wasn't mocking exactly, but
Yeah,
carried
change
the
up the
skepticism
framing a
I
little bit.
recognized from my own first day. That's right,
Yeah.
I replied, leaning back in my chair. The wood creaked beneath me, a sound that had become
Spooky
comforting in its
hallway.
familiarity.
No, let's do,
I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it either when I started.
Yeah.
Carl's eyes narrowed
I love this
slightly.
psychedelic
With all due respect,
vampire
these
river
seem
of blood.
excessive. I mean, I understand
1998 GIF. It's so good to me. I think it's awesome.
Folklore, ghost
Is
stories.
this a
I finished
request?
for him.
Asking
The
for
corner
a
of my mouth
tribute?
turned up slightly. Not amusement, but recognition. I'd been in his
Not
exact
yet.
position months ago.
I'll be right back.
Well, yeah. Carl set the paper down on the desk between us. The training manual doesn't mention anything about avoiding people standing alone in the distance. I took a deep breath, considering my approach. Alvin had been blunt with me, but that was his way. I needed to find my own method of conveying the gravity of these rules without seeming unhinged. Let me tell you about Maggie Weber, I said, keeping my voice level. Experienced ranger, 5 years at this station. 2 years ago, she radioed in that she was going to check out what sounded like someone crying in the eastern section. That was her last communication. Search teams found her radio and flashlight, never found Maggie. Carl's expression shifted slightly. That could have been a wildlife attack or... Tom Reeves, I continued. Went to investigate his name being called during night patrol 4 years back. Same result. And before you suggest it was a bear or mountain lion, explain to me why we found his flashlight with the batteries arranged in a perfect circle next to it. The office fell quiet. Outside, snow was beginning to fall again, adding to the thick blanket that already covered the ground. These rules, I tapped the paper with my index finger, aren't suggestions or paranoid guidelines. They're survival instructions written in the blood of rangers who ignored them. Carl picked up the paper again, reading through the 6 rules more carefully this time. You really believe all this? It doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is that I'm still here. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the white landscape. 3 months ago, I was just like you. Thought Alvin was being dramatic or trying to haze the new guy. Now I understand why he was so insistent. I turned back to face Carl. You don't have to believe me, but you do have to follow these rules if you want to make it through the season. The next few weeks were a test, not just for Carl, but for me as well. Teaching someone else meant reinforcing my own vigilance. I took Carl on the same orientation hikes Alvin had taken me on, pointing out landmarks and explaining procedures. I showed him the proper way to stay on marked trails, even when it meant climbing over obstacles rather than going around them. What struck me most was how my own relationship with the forest had changed. I no longer felt fear when hearing crying at night or seeing shadowy figures watching from between trees. The rules had become automatic responses requiring no conscious thought, like a driver hitting the brakes at a red light. One evening in late January, Carl and I were returning from checking the western boundary markers. The sun was setting earlier these days, casting long shadows across the snow-covered trail. You ever actually seen anything out here? Carl asked, his breath visible in the cold air. Besides normal wildlife, I mean. I considered the question carefully. Yes. What was it? I don't know exactly, I admitted. Something tall with limbs that bent wrong, pale skin stretched too tight. I glanced at him. It watched me for 10 minutes while I backed up the trail, never blinked once. Carl was quiet for a moment. And you're sure it wasn't just... I'm sure. I cut him off gently but firmly. Look, I get it. I tried to rationalize everything too. Thought it was all rare animals, tricks of light, maybe even some kind of hazing ritual. But at some point the explanations get more far-fetched than just accepting what's in front of you. We walked in silence for a while, our boots crunching through the snow. The trees around us grew darker as twilight deepened.
Why do I look like that?
I said quietly, not turning my head.
I couldn't find
About
it.
40 yards in. Don't
My
stare
sister might have it in
directly.
her room.
To his credit, Carl didn't freeze or make any
My
sudden
bad.
movement. He
I found the
continued walking
practical
at the
guide to
same pace.
racism.
Only his eyes shifted
I
slightly
found
to the right.
some
I
comic
see
books
it, he whispered.
about
What is that?
red
A
rooms.
figure stood motionless
found,
among the trees, partially hidden behind a thick
Hellraiser
trunk.
comic.
Even from this distance, I could tell its proportions were wrong.
I found some tarot
Too tall,
cards.
Too thin. Its head
I did
tilted at
not
an impossible
Find the
angle.
storybook.
Rule 5.
I'm so
I said
sad.
calmly, if you find yourself being watched, maintain
I'm so
eye
sad.
contact while backing away.
Why
But since
do you
we're on
want?
the
You guys
trail
want to
and it's
do
not
a
directly
practical guide
approaching,
to
we keep
racism?
moving at normal pace without engaging. Carl's
Spooky.
breathing had quickened, but he kept walking.
Maybe I'll try
steadily
to find
beside me.
it. It might be
It's
in my
following
sister's
our
room though,
movement.
because it's
No, no,
also
they do that.
a coloring
Don't look
book.
directly at it unless it comes closer. We continued down the path, and eventually the figure remained
Let's see,
behind
wait.
as we rounded a bend in the trail. Carl let out a long, shaky breath. Jesus Christ, he muttered. That was real. That was actually real. I nodded. That's why we have the rules. Back at the station, Carl sat at the table with a mug of coffee clutched between his hands. The skepticism that had marked his expression for weeks was gone, replaced by something closer to Alvin's perpetual alertness. You know what's weird?
Yeah,
He said
I don't think it's
finally.
available on like
I'm
a
not as scared as I
PDF
thought
either.
I'd be.
It might be
Seeing
super
that thing
regional.
again,
Shit.
I understood exactly
Do me
what
a
he meant.
reading?
Fear isn't helpful.
Oh,
in
like
fear.
tarot?
Respect is. Respect
You
for
want
the
a
rules,
tarot spread?
Respect for the boundaries. The forest's dangers continue
Oh, I'll
testing me,
spread ya.
but in different ways than before. I noticed the creatures seemed to adapt their tactics, trying new methods to lure me off.
Sorry, if you want this video, if you're curious how it ends, then I'm gatekeeping. You'll never know. Let's see. Let's get a mix of some kind. Playlist, mayhaps. 2 hours of lo-fi, spooky, cozy. That sounds good. Oh my god, the animation is so cute. Yeah. I'll link it on Discord. I like that one. Ooh. Nah, I'll give it to you. Yeah? You guys into the idea of tarot cards? Poope. Do a reading for you. You want past, present, future? You got a specific question? Let me know. I'm dressed like a witch too, that's funny. And yeah, of course I have a witchy path. I wouldn't say I'm so much invested anymore, but I could do past, present, future. I could do a specific question. I could do a love reading. Predict how you die or what ends your lifeline, which usually means like takes you to your tower moment or the next significant event in your life. I'll do some tarot readings. I still got like an hour, half an hour maybe until my sister comes home. We'll go till 3. Poopy! Poopy! Pay attention! No cards are jumping, so I can't really predict what your chosen question is. Here, I'll just do past, present, future. This is vibey. I don't know, he fucking left me. ADHD motherfuckers, the lot of you. They're like, oh, she stepped away for 2 seconds. We're gonna do past, present, future. Whoa. Got 2 jumpers. Being ripped apart by a bear? What are you, Russian? Now we're doing Poopy. I don't care if he's not here. We'll make fun of him while he's gone. A bear like a gay hairy man or a bear like the animal? Wouldn't that be bear on bear crime? I've seen drawings of you. All right. Okay, so the bottom card is typically who you think you are. And in this case, we pulled the Knight of Wands upright. So Pupe thinks a horse, like a forceful push. He thinks he's forcing his energy towards like something that will lead to a more like raw, direct thing. Like confidence. This is who he thinks he is. He likes to front confidence. Is kind of what I'm getting. It's like a possessive energy, lots of enthusiasm, but not for himself. He likes to direct that to others. It's going outward. The Knight of Wands, or wands of any kind, is usually directed towards the other and not necessarily the self. I'm gonna defend my turf coming this spring. Yeah, bear mating season. And his past too is kind of situated in the Wands realm. For his past, we pulled the Five of Wands. A lot of sparring, a lot of combatants, a lot of competitive caring, if that makes sense. Competitive resort, like competitive with the people around him, but not in the way of like, what would be the word? Not like I'm going to win competition, more like I'm going to do this better than you competition. Yeah. It's like a lot of diversity. I'm gonna assume that Pupe's family is eccentric. Childhood was a lot of competing about being eccentric, if that makes sense. A lot of gatherings. I'm gonna assume his family is big, to be honest. They're big and loud. I can feel big, loud, lots of gatherings with lots of people, which kind of tracks because isn't he Hispanic? I'm pretty sure he's Hispanic. Present, he pulled the Hanged Man. So that's like it's less getting hung, it's more like hanging on, if that makes sense. The Hanged Man is like a delaying the inevitable, or letting go, waiting, a lot of waiting to decide, a lot of water energy, letting the future decide the flow of the outcome, but also gripping that unknown thing tight, if that makes sense. The Hanged Man usually hangs by his feet, right? And is always upside down. He sees the worst and he holds on for dear life, right? But that's the thing, you're still holding on. Very close to allowing yourself to full surrender. Literally one grip away from falling, if that makes sense. He's probably the more peaceful person in his life. The more, again, this all comes back to the false confidence thing. Like, he thinks he's the most grounded of the flock, if that makes sense. Knight of Pentacles, but it's reversed. Let's see, what was Knight of Pentacles again? Usually riding a horse, standing amongst things. This is his future. It's like about visualization, but reversed, it's more like becoming bored and stuck, bewildered by those visualizations. Maybe he's been working the same job without advancing, or the same hobbies without improving. Could also reflect on stagnancy, boredom, a good time to reflect. Your life is stable. You're hanging on, though there are things at stake. You will be able to hang on, but it's going to lead to malaise, I guess, boredom of your situation. Past, present, future. A vague description. In usual tarot fashion, take what resonates, you know? I'm not here to tell you anything. It's up to you if you believe in it. Or even if you just want to take advice from the perspective, if that makes sense. You know, it's all up to you. Elfin? I could do Elfin. Hi, Elfie. I hope you're doing well. I'm sure you're stressing out. I could do a specific question, or I could do past, present, future, and self is usually how it goes. I got about 20 minutes. Yeah, I could do Elf. Elf, I'm gonna do you. Just kidding. Also, DMs are open, man, if you ever want to vent, de-stress, or just hang out, sis, man. Rough days. I tell you what. We could do past, present, future. We could do romance. We could do fortune, stability, self. Okay. So we'll do a self with a reflective past, present, future. Self and psyop. Ooh, wait. The cards are really sticky. What the fuck? Okay, come on. Give me something. Oh. One. Oh, there's another. I like this song. It's very spooky. I love a theremin. Oh, that tracks. Let's do it backwards. So how you see yourself. You came up as the Ace of Swords. And in your case, let's see. It is upright. It's about dynamic and raw energy. You have the blade of the sword. The sword card is wielding. Things that give you power, things that push away, repel, stab the opposing thought or individual in your life. Elfin sees herself, again, this is for entertainment purposes, as a person with a lot of raw energy, if that makes sense. Though that energy kind of mixes between mental and physical energy, rising and falling, never have one during the fact when you have the other, if that makes sense. It's like almost like chaotic shifting between your energy levels. And you acknowledge that. You're navigating that. You have the sword, but you're not holding it. So the thing about not physically holding it on the graphic on this card means you know exactly what your problem is. You just don't know how to wield it to your advantage, if that makes sense. Like problem solving, quick-mindedness, acting in times of like immediate need. You can get it together, but it's just a lot of raw energy when it's not a matter of life or death. That sword is not being held, even though it is alongside you, if that makes sense. The sword of that energy, that chaotic is I don't want to offend her. I like her so much, but it's like hard to define, hard to direct, hard to grasp, but you know it's there. And you know that if you do grab it, then it can be weaponized, right? Your self-awareness really prepares you to articulate what's going wrong, but not necessarily gives you what you need to conquer those challenges. Your past came up is the King of Wands. It is inverted, which means it's upside down. It serves as like, in your case, it's not necessarily a warning, but the King of Wands as a card is usually something with a crown, the individual with a crown, which is usually you, and then a lion in front of it. You wear the crown, but the lion is in front and holds the wand, if that makes sense. So somebody's power over you took away what you felt was your power in that moment. Like a manipulative, ruthless energy in your past that made you feel like boxed in your own self-doubt, and caused you to make hasty decisions to protect yourself. The past card is usually, let's say, like a year behind what's considered the quote-unquote present self, right? Some of those in the moment brash decisions may not have served you in the moment, but they solidify your safety in the future with this card. The sun is on your side in the graphic, which means that, you know, sun rises, but it's reversed, right? The sun still follows you. There is an opportunity for that crown. There is an opportunity for the power that the light brings. You're just overshadowed in your past. Again, this is a past reading by the lion, the wielder of that energy. Hello, Lispity. And it looks like for the current day, we have another inverted card. This is the Four of Swords. Okay. There's like a fear. The thing about, or no, this is the Six of Swords. I'm so bad at Roman numerals. But there is a bit of a fear. It indicates this fear makes you reluctant. Imagine 6 swords lined up, but one is plunged far deeper than the other 5. And you are leaving it. You're leaving that deeper plunge behind and heading towards the higher standing swords. Swords, hypothetically, are more like a commitment, direction, again, energy, direction, penetration, conquer, right? Think of the weapon behind the self. But you feel reluctant and unprepared even though you are going forward. Unprepared to make that plunge and stab deep. And that deep root that you are leaving behind, you don't know how to achieve the roots that you left behind for yourself. You may also be holding on to habits that make it hard for you to even acknowledge the other 5 weapons are there. Those 5 swords are there. You're walking past them. And in order to fully move on to that source of energy that is plunged the deepest, that does impact you and cause that reluctance, is keeping you from grabbing a weapon of your own, if that makes sense. And your future, you pulled the Star, which is kind of heartwarming, considering how bleak the others seemed. You know, again, up to interpretation. And it is upright. And it features the exact same 8-pointed star that was featured in your past card on the King of Wands, alongside the sun. There's a lot of darkness still in your future, though you have your own source of light in your future. That darkness is blinded by something illuminating from you. It's like the light washes it, it's like a cleansing thing. And there's a lot of negativity carried forward from your past, but this wash over of there's also a waterfall featured on this card typically, also falling on you. There's like a therapeutic energy in the flow of that water that leads you to having that inner source of, you think of a star, there's energy, there's warmth, it's self-sustaining and created out of bursts of raw energy and destruction, right? You can't have a star without an explosion, if that makes sense. And this star is like a gift. And since it is coming from yourself, from that source of the pressure of that waterfall coming down on you, that flow you can't control, but is leading you to create those, bursts of self-propelled energy, self-influenced explosions of warmth that you are capable of. It's like I know you don't really care for Hope Core, but this self-induced energy is enough to light the whole framing. There's usually also a second party in the Stars card. It's usually a little bit in the distance. It is called the Watcher. This kind of aligns with your VTubing stuff, which is good. Your burst of energy, your, resiliency? Resiliency builds brilliance is what I'm getting. I'm like a message that's just in the back of my head. Resilience is brilliance, if that makes sense. The Watcher, the second party, is in awe to the point where they cannot fathom what you've gone through, but they are motivated by where you've gone, if that makes sense. It's like a washing away of problematic energies, and like a finding stability and love, potentially in the Watcher, potentially in the washing over, potentially in that burst. There's no real clear indication. And again, it's the future. Maybe this will resonate with you once it happens. That'll bring you a transformation, a connection to this spiritual elfin, I guess, that has potential to be on the outside. Because you have it in you. Maybe it went by a different name. Maybe it was that imaginary friend that got you through the hard times. Maybe that is a part of you that's always been there and is going to finally come to the surface. And it'll connect not only you, but other people, that second party, to change, And again, change is positive, negative, whatever, that is subjective, but change is never a bad thing. I wouldn't be afraid of it. That's Alphen Psyop, her self-view, past, present, and future. I got time for one more. Hi, Kuramaru. I couldn't... It's Gemini, actually, but I have a feeling it might have been Gemini. That source of support. Alphen, you don't have to reply. I hope you were listening, but I felt a lot of warmth from that. I almost want to cry, dude. But you change lives, bitch. And I think that's gonna get stronger as time goes by. I'm such a corny bitch. I swear I'm gonna be on my period soon. I love being a woman. I love you, Elfie. One more. And then I gotta go make lunch for my sister. If anybody wants. I had a feeling you weren't ready to hear what I had to say either. The cards were sticking together. They were like super staticky. I had to force that one out. Could you mind if you want? All right, Joey, do you want to do the self as well? Oh, why am I tearing up? I'm so fucking corny. Spirit work is crazy like that. Yeah, I'm woman maxing. I'm a goth girl. Of course I ghost hunt and read tarot. I haven't done it in like years though. This is the first time I've touched my tarot deck in like 8 years maybe. Okay, we'll do Joey's the self. Let's do that. Split. Split! Twist! Shuffle! The way I read it is, I just shuffle until the cards jump out themselves. I don't like to select cards. Do me, I wish to be fed affirming platitudes. So far they have not been so affirming. I mean, I guess that's, again, subjective. The Joey first, I guess. Wild cried too. Ooh, he's so soft. Soft boy. Joey, I don't think you believe in... I don't think you... I don't think Joey really... I think you're a skeptic. Oh, wait, no, there it goes. Called you out, and now it finally gave me something. Okay, there's your past. Oh, there's another one. Oh, it flipped itself, too. 2 of them in a row flipped itself. He's giving me a, well then, fuck you, bitch! From a distance, and is just forcing me some cards now. That's funny. Come on, one more jump. Oh. Yeah, all 3 of them flipped themselves. He just spiritually told me to fuck myself. Okay. Oh shit, Joey. The mean streets of New York. The self, the 5 of Swords inverted. You're, okay, this is how you see yourself. You're tired. You're over fighting. You've reached a level of pacifism without not caring, if that makes sense. You've accepted that some gains aren't really worth fighting for, if that makes sense. Like, you've become almost satisfied with neutrality. Like, you almost prefer neutrality. You know? The thing about the 5 of Swords is it's a battlefield. Several people around, you've known a fair bit of loss. You've seen people rise and grind, go hard, fight to the death, tooth and nail. You've seen the results, and you're like, is that really worth the sword that they carry? Is that really worth them ending their cycle? In tarot, death doesn't necessarily mean dying. It means ending something, right? And you've seen a lot of people in your life reach those ends, but not for the better. And this isn't like your family directly. This is like people you grew up with, maybe cousins and stuff. You have your swords. You know what your weapons are. You know how to wield them. If you did have that desire to push and fight, yeah, you'd probably end up in the same situation. And you think what you think about yourself is protecting you. You still hold the swords, you still wield them. In fact, you have more than one direct energy sources. He holds them by the hilt, but the sword is in the ground, point down. You are grounded, but you're also over the idea of fighting. Take what resonates. But that's what the cards say Joey thinks of himself. His past. So you got 2 of swords upright. That's usually a blindfolded man. The 2 swords are crossed. Very masculine energy. You are balancing in between the blades of these 2 swords, which typically are parental figures in this context. You calmly stay in place in between these swords. You are balanced, though your legs are shaky. You are unable to see whether or not you can hop off safely. It's like you're almost comfortable by the weapons, the larger weapons provided from usually caregivers in this context. Even though it is a sword, you know, a weapon. It's like a conforming to the blade so you don't feel the edge, if that makes sense. Because you see what they're capable of, and you don't want that smoke, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a suggest that significant decisions, it's difficult for you to make significant decisions. It's like you see the full picture, but you also see all the outcomes that could have come. So you're very, I'm going to say neutrality again, even in your childhood and your past. Your neutrality is what kept you safe, balancing on those edges. This card's also on the top of a mountain. There's a lot of risk for not balancing between those 2, you know, caregiver lines. You like to, or you used to feel stuck but safe, if that makes sense. Stuck but safe. More like analyzing how to get out of the situation safely, but with no real rush, no real, again, we're going back to how you see yourself, you know? You'd rather hold your sword to the ground than die with the rest of them, if that makes sense. For your present, you pulled the 7 of Cups. Neat coded reading. Have you met Joey? He's not a neat, but he definitely doesn't go out as much as he used to, from what I know. It's inverted. So the 7 cups are filled with several things. The olive leaf, which is achievement. The mountain, which is reaching peaks. The snake, which is entanglement, entrapment, sinking your teeth in. The skull, which is the house of the brain. The crystal, which is seen in the world of tarot, seeing different outcomes, or like a portal to different ways the dimension can be seen or reflected with light, you know. The lotus, which is about long growth cycles, long steady growth cycles, and then the heart, which is about drive, will to live, pumping, you know, internal strength. It's inverted. So this is your present. Reversed, it kind of warning you, I guess, of what's at stake. I have a feeling that you take a fair bit of time doing what you think is productive as a means of avoiding, this is going to sound mean, avoiding the realities, you know? You're on a pedestal surrounded by these cups on this image on the card. It's like you're clinging to that the pedestal, if that makes sense, and looking away from the cups. You feel stable in whatever this pedestal is. It perhaps creation. You do create a lot, and you do spend a lot of time creating, but there are a few things at stake, like your health, your achievements, your attachments, things like that, represented by the items within this cup. You feel like this pedestal is your rock, it makes you feel sturdy, but you are unsure if this is the means to achieve the dreams that you have, even though this pedestal is necessary. If you weren't on it, you would be sitting in the middle of the ocean, because this is also a stone in the middle of like water, right? And by being on top of this stone, you are not subject to the flow of waters that you cannot control, right? But it makes you anxious that the way you're going about it is not going to benefit your goals in the long run. Again, it's all about poop. It's all about resonance. Just take what you want. Like, it's not real. It's entertainment purposes. I'm not gonna be completely accurate. I haven't done this in years either. So, 3 of Pentacles, your future. Look at this picture a little closer. You're not alone in your future. You're with someone with a very direct, like the same goal. It shows picking fruit from a tree, using the pentacles to rise up to reach the fruit easier, if that makes sense. Let's see what else is on here. There's a lot of snow, birds, a lot of birds. There's a lot of possibilities, right? And you are in constant motion. Even when you're at rest, you're thinking about everything you have to do. Your mind is constantly in motion. That is not going to change. A lot of juggling, but your goals and aspirations do become more clear, more direct. You know what you're reaching for, and like this pile of twigs and stones and the 3 of Pentacles themselves will rise you high enough that it's just within your grasp, right? These small daily things that you do, even though in your past have felt futile, you are building that foundation to lift higher, to make that reach easier. Pentacles are like a reminder that the little things that you do are not going to be in jeopardy. Those little things that you feel, those discomforts, those self-doubts, they don't jeopardize your goals and aspirations. They just fill in the time for when they're achieved, if that makes sense. Groups is where the real power is. There's 2 other in this image. One is also picking up on the same fruit you are from the tree, but off the ground that you already dropped. So maybe this is a team coordination. 3 pentacles, 3 bodies to achieve a power. Pentacle is power and potential and the wielding of elements, spirit, fire, water, earth, and all that, right? Experience learned by these individuals will actually uplift you, Your experience will uplift them, and they will in turn uplift you. I think in your future you will be including more people in your aspirations and actually being able to reach them, if that makes sense. And it's a self-reading for Joey. This is fun. Maybe I'll do a full stream of just tarot. I haven't done this in years. It kind of hurts my hands to shuffle it. Let me see the time. 3 o'clock. Kuromaru wants one, and I know I can feel that you're a super skeptic, so that's gonna be silly. I know you. Barely hanging. Lamau. Yeah. I think. I feel called out spiritually. That shit felt pretty accurate. Awesome. Is this not a full tarot stream? No, I drew for the first 3 hours, but my hands hurt. I could do one more. We'll do Kuromaru. That's true. There's no way of knowing. Working the same job. Yeah, I know. I have a feeling you're already pretty over it, but it's your source of stability. And it'll get you to what you want. Hang in there, Tiger. I have a feeling you will find your fun by other means while you're not on the clock. That's the thing about modern society. To get anywhere, you gotta be a slave. Or an asshole. You gotta be either the slave or the slave owner. Those are the only 2 ways to succeed. It's grim, really. Gone are the days of the artists and the philosophers. We're gonna need a massive economic crash for that to come back. Or UBI, I guess. But not in the gay Ubisoft cartoon Captain Laserhawk way. We don't want that kind of UBI. Alright, let's see. Cover all my bags in shrine charms. That's cute. I carry tobacco with me everywhere. Tobacco and sage and cedar. That's the goal, isn't it? You're such a skeptic! Oh my god, all 4 of your cards came out at once, all flipped up and in order. Okay, Kuromaru, wanting to get this shit over with. All 3. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks to Elon Musk, you can have Starlink pretty much anywhere. How Kuromaru sees himself. Your hope and motivation comes from an outside source. If that makes sense, you have the star inverted. So rather than the waters falling onto you and washing it away, there's something in your life that is putting a pressure on you, right? It's not washing it away, it's just pressing it into you. And this star is, though underneath you, is lifting you away from that water. I'm not sure exactly what that could be in your life. But that encouragement you see is a necessary part of who you have become today. And it kind of got you over an arc of like lacked motivation and despair. This could be your streaming career. Who knows? You like to sit quietly with your mind. You think you're at your most self when you are within your mind, if that makes sense. You don't do it often, not as often as you used to. You need to trust your gut a little more. This thing that's this encouragement from outside kind of makes you not trust your gut, I guess, as much. But once you listen to your gut once more, it kind of unlocks the satisfaction that comes with being encouraged, I guess. Oh, my sister came home. Oh, let's see. Queen of Wands. You're a queen. Hi, I'm just streaming for a bit. I'm almost done. Okay, let's see. 2 lions. There's 2 lions in you, and one of them's gay. Just kidding. Let's see. Wands. The wand stands between the 2 lions, if that makes sense. Instead of you standing on it, you are hanging from it, if that makes sense. You're surrounded by not only the sun, but sunflowers in this image, which imitate the sun, this bright, you know, powering entity is not just a singular thing, but it's many facing you. This source of power. This is your past, by the way. Comparing yourself to those beneath you, if that makes sense, kind of leads to you feeling like you didn't live up to the potential you think you should have had. Like, I have a feeling you've always been very self-assured in what you think you deserve. I will give you that for your past here. But there's something a little bit deeper, a lot of questions that you either refuse to ask yourself growing up or chose to ignore growing up that really keep you in a space that makes you resist things that you don't necessarily fear, but you don't see the point in. Like, you're very to the point. You're very direct, but not in the things that something deep within you desires, but refuses to manifest. Are you secretly gay? Slay, Queen of Wands. Hi, Seku. Yeah, I'm just finishing it off because my hands are hurty. Just doing something else. I couldn't find I have a book of Ojibwe horror stories somewhere in my house. I couldn't find them, but I found a deck of tarot cards and I was like, that's pretty Halloween-y. You've also pulled... Okay, one thing about Kuro, I know he's super self-confident because A, all of his cards fell out facing directly at me, all 3 of them at once. He knows exactly who he is, exactly what he wants on the surface. But they all came out reversed, so there is something underneath, if that makes sense. They're also all major arcana. This guy thinks he's like the shit, if that makes sense. Not even like the shit, like this guy can identify who is not as good as him very quickly, if that makes sense. You pulled all major arcana, which is super rare, but it's also really affirming to you being who you are is who you're supposed to be, if that makes sense. The lion does not concern himself with you got... Oh, also fun fact, all 4 of your cards are reversed, so there is something under the surface you are refusing to acknowledge. I think he might be gay. Anyway. A reversed Queen of Swords is like, you're unapologetic, almost to the point of being like a tyrant about it. Like, unrelentingly unapologetic. And it's sometimes, this is you in the present, by the way, it's sometimes seen as cold and kind of short-tempered, I guess. Like almost like your logic clouds your emotions, while the emotions of others, you see that as clouding their judgment, right? Like you're unable to or allow yourself to see that other side because you don't involve emotions as you are right now. You don't like to involve emotions in your choices. Can't wait to put pronouns in my bio. Lamau. This cloudiness may result in like, and I'm sure you're also aware of this, losing interaction, losing relationship, losing respect on people that you do not care whether or not you have a relationship or interaction or respect from, right? So everything about who you are now is never a you problem, it's a them problem. Almost all of your conflicts, if that makes sense. This is a very conflict-driven card. You enjoy conflict. You enjoy the higher ground. You are on that throne, even if gravity is flipped you upside down, you are on that throne. Your sword stands straight beside you, but not in your hand, because when it's attached to your hand, it is attached to your pulse. And the pulse and the heart is a very emotional thing in tarot, right? That sword is used. That sword has killed. Metaphorically, your sword has ended cycles for others. But you never wield it with your emotions. And that's who you are now. And again, you're all majors, which is crazy. Or I guess you're not all majors, but you're all the top of the pack. You know, you're queen, which is top of the pile, and then the star, and your future is the Hierophant, right? Which is kind of like a leader to almost a religious degree, I guess. This might stroke your ego a little bit, so hopefully you're getting something that you want from this. It is also reverse. In your future, you are going to benefit from being less restrictive, you know? I think holding back is keeping you from, like, you don't say everything you want to say, and in where you are right now, I think you say enough to achieve your goals, but you are not saying everything you want to say. There will be a phase in your life that you say everything. The Hierophant stands above other people, and between those onlookers, there's typically a key, and then behind is stained glass depicting the Hierophant, you know? It's like coming into who you have always known that you are going to be, but to a degree where you're not holding back for the sake of, you know, other people's can't handle it. You know, the rules won't allow you to do that, you know, to the point where you are making your own order. It's a very religious looking card, but it could be a card of leadership. And this restriction in your past that you've let go during your future, like your present and past restrictions, this under the surface feeling, once that is let go, you achieve a level of creative process that creates this dynamic of an untouchable leader. He even has his left arm straight up, flat palm to the sun. Again, take what you will, whatever that means. Kuromaru's gay Hitler. Hey, what do we know? So hopefully that was satisfying. And also Kuromaru's gay Hitler. All right, 4 is enough. I had a lot of fun today, and I'm glad we got some drawing done. And I don't know, maybe this will be, maybe if I ever do like a subathon or something, I'll throw it in there. I would like to get to the point where I memorize it all again. I used to be able to memorize this shit autistically. But who knows? Maybe I'll add it to my coffee. No, I will become Cleo. Call me now. Your future's in the cards, man. Many such cases. What are you hiding, Kuromaru? What are you hiding? I see you. I know you're hiding. What's under the surface? Saku Kuromaru, pt2 I don't recognize your name. Welcome. Everyone else here, Pupe, Wild Hero, Taichan Sim, Thread Fox, Joey. A pleasure as always. I love hanging out with y'all, and I'll be around. I just gotta go make some lunch for my sister. Yeah. And we'll be posting the results of the Chibis within the hour. Feel free to check them out. Now we'll have, again, like always, the transparent background version at max quality available on the Discord if anyone wants to snag their own or, you know, hand off a good quality one to the VTuber that they suggested. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat some yummy food. Okay, goodbye. Spooky. No, wadi da. Blah, blah, blah. Blah.